What it do? What it do, guys? It's your boy, the Juice. And as you all know, my name is Troy Bradshaw, but you could call me the Juice. Look, I just kind of wanted to recap and just kind of talk about a little bit of what we talked about out at Nancy's yesterday. Wanted to just kind of have an open discussion in general about everything. And tonight I just want to make the chat available and open, as it usually is, to just kind of talk about whatever they want to talk about. Feel free, if you have something in mind to bring to my attention. Big welcomes, though. Big welcomes, those of y'all tuning in. I appreciate those coming out and stopping by the stream. I actually got to pull up everything here. I haven't really pulled up anything to see if anybody's quite tuned in yet. But anyways, yeah, I just kind of wanted to go back and kind of recap and talk about everything. Wanted to talk about Richard. I wanted to talk about the surveillance video, blood on the porch. Those are pretty much the main things that I might touch up on tonight. I mean, I think there's a couple other things in there. Wasn't the most prepared for tonight, and I wasn't going to go to Nancy's today. I was going to kind of take a break from there. I don't want to visit Nancy's every day. I know there's been some people that have been upset about us being there, but for the most part, it's been a lot of positivity in regards to us showing up at Nancy's and just trying to continue to push and put that public awareness out there. Yeah, we want our presence to be felt. You know, we not only want to be heard, but we just want to, you know, we want to make sure people know we're not going to just let this thing just fade away. There are certain things that people don't see that help this case. And I think just talking about it and just being there, it helps. It helps a lot. Not only that, this platform gives people opportunities, like, for instance, with Sleuth. You know, Richard, we don't know if he's the suspect, but, I mean, he reached out. He tried to say something. No one would give him the time in the day except for Sleuth Intuition. And you never know, guys. You never know. But, I mean, that's just an example right there that, you know, we may stumble across a possible suspect in maybe even another case on this platform. But we're not going nowhere, and we're definitely not going to let people tell us that we can't be there or let that stop us from being there. We're going to keep doing what we're doing. And obviously we're going to be doing other things along the way as well. We're not just going to be sitting there in front of Nancy's every day. We don't go every day. I don't go every day. But I do try to go at least 3 days out of the week. I wanted to shout out, you know, and I'm not even going to touch up on that too much, but because it's not even, if you understand, you understand. And I think a lot of people do. And I think that's pretty much all that matters. I wanted to shout out all of the people who have been in tune, continuing to support this, the channel. I have been reading all the comments, been getting a lot of emails as well. So, man, shouts to those reaching out, sending updates, trying to help out with the case. It's been much appreciated, guys. I could not thank y'all more. So keep commenting. Keep reaching out, keep sending them emails. I love it. Shouts to everybody who did get in the comments section. I know there was a couple bad comments in there, or a couple mentions from some lady. I have no idea who that is, but we're not going to even talk about her. But anyway, I just wanted to thank everybody for all the comments before we kind of got started tonight. There's been a lot of positivity. I know some people have been saying some things about getting mods. I've been considering it. However, there's just not enough. How do I say this? There's just no one that I know really personally. And I guess I got to get to know some of the people in the chat. And then I just don't want to cause more issues, because I have had mods in the past, and it doesn't always work out. A lot of them end up bumping heads, or someone has an issue with one of the mods. And then that's also how you can potentially lose subscribers or viewers as well. Not that, one is going to hurt or two, but I would rather not that happen either, because if I perhaps have to unmod somebody, that could be a problem. And it's just more and more on top of what's already, so I kind of like people to just kind of be adults, you know what I mean? Just, if you can be respectful as you can. I mean, I know there's always just know that this is how life is now. There's always going to be that one troll or somebody who comes in the chat trying to cause commotion and things like that. We all just have to learn to have better self-control, learn to ignore people. You also have the option to block people as well. So just wanted to touch up on that real quick. I may consider mods. I'm just not quite 100% sure yet as far as what I might do as far as getting mods or not. But anyway, shouts to everybody tuning in. Much love to those continuing to be members of the channel. Shouts to those of you guys commenting on the videos. I appreciate all the comments that I've seen. I try to respond. You see one there. I try to respond to most of them, or not most of them, but some of them. It's been a lot of comments, so it's very difficult to respond to, obviously, over 100 people commenting on videos, so I cannot respond to everybody, but much love, guys. I appreciate it all. So a lot of people don't take the time out to do this stuff, so I definitely had to do that because you guys make the channel what it is. So thanks a lot, guys. I really appreciate that. It's been a nice journey. We all know that I'm fairly new to crime, so this is my first case that I've ever been a part of, so I'm learning as I go. But big welcomes, guys, big welcomes. Let's talk about a few things tonight. I want to talk about Mr. Nanos. I want to talk about Nanos. Nanos has obviously played a huge role in this investigation. It's been a lot about him. It seems like it's been a lot more about Nanos than it has been Nancy. I was confused at first what happened in the board meeting. I'm not too familiar with those. Don't know what goes on in board meetings. So I wanted to read a few things in regards to that board meeting. I'm not going to go over the what's it called? The memorandum. Not even going to bother, whatever you call that thing. I'm not even bother going to that. A lot of people have went over that thing. So I just want to talk about him just a bit because I know Matt Haynes had a lot of things to say, which was kind of not so nice. He was not playing. That guy wants him out of office as soon as possible. We know that the supervisors sent a list of questions in line with Arizona Revised Statute 11253. It says the first line of the three sentences law says the board may require any county officer to make reports under oath on any matter connected with the duties of his office, and may require the officer to give such bounds or further bounds bonds as may be necessary for the faithful performance of his respective duty. Supervisor Hines says he has a problem with the responses and says they are under oath. The whole point of this was to get sworn testimony from Sheriff Nanos to clarify this, to answer questions for the people, for the community. They deserve those responses, and it looks to me at this point he's not willing to sign his name to it. And that's what Haynes said, or Hines. The lawyer for the sheriff told News the answers are all true. If the supervisor wants something saying that, he will gladly send it, which is kind of odd to me because I feel like he should know what to say, and I think if he doesn't know what to exactly say, then obviously that means that those questions aren't answered to the liking of the supervisor, which, I mean, I feel like once they're answered, that should be set in stone. there shouldn't be no, oh, well, let's go fix this. That's pretty much what that says to me. Like, he wants to just go correct, you know, how he's saying it, so to speak, which I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it at all. It just doesn't sound right to me. It also mentioned the fact that Sheriff Nanos turned down a request for a camera interview. In the statement, the department says the BOS posted the sheriff responses online, and it says the board has not taken any actions yet. And that, I believe that board meeting is set to happen on May 12th. So we'll see what happens. It looks like we'll finally get a decision on May 12th, which is what, about half a month? So, I mean, and you know that's going to go quick because time always goes fast. Time's been going by fast, it seems, especially if you've been in tune with the case. But it also sometimes feels like it's moving slow. I mean, here we are, we're 85 days in, and Nancy Guthrie is still missing. Still no possible real leads, still no suspect, no nothing. A lot of people have moved on. So there's really nothing really happening. Wanted to bring something interesting to you guys' attention tonight because I think CeCe Moore had a conversation with Nancy Grace, and she was saying that, well, it looked like both of them were actually saying that they weren't too sure if the DNA was even, if it was new or old. So we got to hear that just to see what they said. Because I don't even want to try to remember word for word what they said. I'll let y'all see it for yourself. But it just is awful that we're this far into the case. Here we go with another setback. 20, 30 plus years, sheriff doesn't even know how to make the right decision. That's crazy to me. You know better. If you're Chris Nanos, you have this much experience. You know sending that DNA out to Florida is the wrong decision. If you really want to get this done and you want to make sure things are going to follow through the way they're supposed to follow through, you're going to do that. But he did otherwise. And here we are, come to find out, this place can't even get the DNA. CeCe Moore and Nancy Grace brought it up, and they said that the DNA was probably retested and retested and retested. And Nancy Grace had asked CeCe Moore if it would be even testable due to the fact that they've tried to probably test that DNA so many times. CeCe Moore added that that may make it even more difficult. But we don't know if this is dog hair. We don't know if this is, you know, we don't know whose hair that might be. And if the suspect was the person in the surveillance video, to me, he looks bald. And perhaps he was bald. There's a high chance that he probably didn't shed hair. And it was also covered. And most of his body was as well. I get it. Yeah, could have been an eyebrow, hair. Could have been a nose hair. Could have been a mustache hair. He did have a goatee. Could have been any of that. But how likely are the chances of somebody shedding in the facial area? It's more likely to shed hair from your actual hair. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what happens as time goes on. But Mr. Sheriff Nanos made a huge, huge mistake. And I think this mistake is big enough to cost him. So I can't wait until we get that next board meeting. And I think, you know, there will obviously be some type of decision made for Mr. Nanos. But it's time to go, buddy. It's time to go. We all know Sheriff Nanos lied about his record with the El Paso police when he applied to begin his career with the Pima County Sheriff's Department many years ago. He had been suspended several times in El Paso. And the letter from Nanos' authority I guess for whatever reason, I don't know. I don't even care. I don't even care what his authority said. I really don't. We already talked about that anyways. I don't care. We just need to get this guy out of office. I just don't know if this is going to help the case, being that we're because maybe it is, because Nanos isn't doing anything at all. But I'm not confident that the next person that comes in is going to be able to pick up where he left off. Not only that, I think it's no longer up to the sheriff department anymore. And that's Matt Hines right there. This is a guy he's been on Sheriff Nanos' head. He does not like Sheriff Nanos at all. Not even a little bit. When you see this guy talk about Nanos, you can just tell he wants this guy gone. But I think that the case is no longer in the Pima County Sheriff Department's hands. They don't have anything else to move forward with this case as far as I'm concerned. I think it's all up to the FBI from here. But I said it in the beginning. They've been driving this train since they got there. It was Nanos who kept trying to take the wheel. And it seems like every single time he does, he crashes. We'll play this video real quick from, I believe it's from News Nation, with Elizabeth Vargas. She has a conversation with Matt Hines. And I believe, let's just watch the video.
Investigation into Nancy Guthrie's disappearance is nearing the 3-month mark tonight, with no new leads, no arrests, and most importantly, no sign of Nancy Guthrie. Skepticism and scrutiny of the investigation, on the other hand, are in abundance, particularly regarding Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos. Since there is no progress to report, many are asking why. And now it's more than just bad PR. Sheriff Nanos is the focus of a probe himself, and it could cost him his job. It's not for his present actions, however, with the Guthrie investigation. It's rather about allegations in his past. The Pima County Board of Supervisors is leading the investigation after reports that Sheriff Nanos misrepresented his work history on his resume while he was at the El Paso Police Department before he joined Pima County's. The board demanded Nanos disclose all circumstances about his departure from the El Paso department, and to clarify the dates of his employment as well as any prior disciplinary actions. Nanos' attorney responded yesterday with a 22-page document. It reads in part that whatever the sheriff did or did not do before being elected is necessarily unrelated to his performance of his duties in office. Whether others agree remains to be seen. The board will review the sheriff's answers in an executive session in a few weeks. For more, we're joined by Dr. Matthew Hines, Vice Chair for the Pima County Board of Supervisors. Matthew, it's great to have you. Did he refuse to answer the questions about disciplinary action that was taken against him at the El Paso Police Department?
Yeah, it certainly seems pretty problematic to me. I mean, I've reviewed his responses with my team, with some other lawyers as well, and I'm certainly not satisfied with these responses. And what he did in El Paso, I mean, one of the things he was suspended for, 37 days of suspension in El Paso. 15 of those days occurred after he beat almost to death a handcuffed robbery suspect who was in the back of a squad car with a flashlight. He's a bad cop. He made really bad decisions and then lied about his past to convince then Pima County officials to hire him back in 1984. He also lied about that gap in time. He used to say 1982, so that got changed. Mm-hmm. But the point here is this man, we shouldn't even know his name. We should not know the name Nanos. He has perpetrated a fraud for 4 decades upon my community, and it is, frankly, it's shameful and insulting to the 1,500 men and women of that amazing law enforcement agency that he heads currently, every day he walks in the door.
That story of beating a suspect who was handcuffed with a flashlight until you say beat him nearly to death. Were there charges filed? I mean, that would certainly seem to call for some criminal charges.
I don't look. The El Paso Police Department was sued over this matter, and eventually that was one of the things that led the El Paso Police Department to force him to resign in lieu of termination. That gentleman was put in the ICU for days, and there were multiple news stories about that at the time when it happened.
What do you make? I mean, he is saying, look, whatever I did or didn't do decades ago has nothing to do with how I'm leading the Guthrie investigation and how I'm currently serving as sheriff of Pima County. You clearly don't buy that.
Not at all. Look, these actions are incredibly significant. The fact that he came to Pima County and the first official act that he did here was to lie about his history, and that's how he got peace officer certification. Nobody can be serving in law enforcement at any level in the state of Arizona unless they get peace officer certification, and he could not have possibly revealed that history to the board at the time that this happened, that he got a job. And that means he perpetrated a fraud for decades upon the people of my community.
And how do you think he has handled the Nancy Guthrie investigation? As you know, there's been a lot of questions about how he handled the crime scene, how he handled the DNA evidence. What is your assessment?
So I'm a physician and a supervisor on the board. I am not in law enforcement, but I will say relationships in these kinds of situations matter and time matters. And I say that because it is pretty clear that his past run-ins with the Federal Bureau of Investigation back in 2015, when he was almost indicted for RICO charges at the time, which they did not end up going forward with, he has held a grudge against the FBI and refused to fully work with them going forward. And I think we see examples of the results of that with regard to the most recent high-profile investigation. And
perhaps maybe jeopardized elements of that, do you think?
Man, I could not agree more. Like, they keep telling us that the sheriff department and the FBI is getting along, and they're not. They're not getting along. Come on. You can see it. And just like he said, he's held a grudge against the FBI since day one. I cannot believe this guy literally beat a guy to death in his El Paso years as a police officer. That's just crazy to me. But I couldn't agree more. Well said by Hines, because there's no way, I mean, and he's saying it, there's no way he would have been able to get into this or get this job as a sheriff with the resume that he has. So they got to get this guy out of here, but it's only a matter of time before he goes. But again, it's in the FBI's hands. I don't really think the sheriff department is really there's really much that they can do as far as, cracking this case. I think this is all going to be in the hands of the FBI. If you ask me what I thought about the DNA, I just really don't think this DNA, this hair that they found, I don't feel like this is going to be something that leads us up to finding our suspect. I think all of us are hopeful, but I'm not seeing it. Not at all. Now, as far as the mixed DNA, I think I'm a little bit more confident in that one, although I feel like it's going to result in the same thing. Big welcomes, those of y'all tuning in, by the way. I didn't get a chance to say hello to those of you guys in the chat. It's currently 2 a.m. for me. 71 degrees outside. I hope everybody's having a happy Saturday. Well, now it's a Sunday morning. Big welcome. Portilla, I see you in the chat, by the way. Jamie Cook, welcome back. Appreciate the $10 super chat as well. She says, I'm so pissed that they treat you the way they treat you, Juice. We appreciate you. Please get you and your lady a snack with this. Man, much love, Jamie. I appreciate that. Rhonda, good morning, by the way, with the $5 super chat as well. Much love, Rhonda. Big welcome. Who's that? Kim Aaliyah. Hey, shout out Sandra as well. I know we had set up a Amazon wish list. Everyone kept telling me to do it, so I finally did it. Sandra had grabbed a few gifts on there, or a few things on there. So much love to Sandra. You know who you are. Um, I emailed you back. Sorry, I saw the email super late. Slew Ferry, welcome by the way, little Annie. Patriot Pride, good to see you in the chat, man. Much love, man. Shout out Patriot Pride, I believe, if that's the Patriot Pride I'm thinking of. Yeah, much love, man. Anyway, I gotta move forward here. I don't want to talk about Nanos too much. We'll get back to him anyways, because I'm gonna play a little Nancy Grace, and I think she's gonna talk about that as well. But I wanted to talk about this Richard Nolette guy and kind of leave off a little bit of where we left off. Maybe go back a little bit. I think it was actually Patriot Pride who kind of brought it to my mind, and just kind of, at first, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of looked past the Richard Nolette thing a little bit. Although I never let it go fully. But I think that these past couple days, I'm not gonna lie, I've really felt like I think Richard Nolette is our guy. Guys, I don't want to steer y'all in the wrong direction or anything, but I just feel like Richard Nolette might be our guy. Like, he just looks. First of all, he's the closest thing that I've ever seen with all the people that we've had in this whole entire thing that were probable suspects. I mean, and there's been so many things that's went on in this whole entire investigation. But I mean, if you look at all of the people, maybe I don't have them all, because there's been a couple other guys, from Tommaso to Carlos to Colella. It's just so many people. It seems that way, although, and then also Luke. It's just been so, and then a lady doing a sketch at one point in time. I mean, the sketch was off, I'm not gonna lie. I keep telling you guys, I think this guy is white. I just think he's white. I think the perp is white. That AI, it just really threw everybody off, I think. And that's why I tell people, don't look at that AI picture of the suspect. It just doesn't, it's terrible. It doesn't even look nowhere near what we see when you watch that surveillance video in real time. There's no comparison to me, but that's just my opinion. But I feel like when I seen that video on Patriot Pride's channel, when Richard is walking the dog, man, I'm just like, that's our guy. And then they pointed out the shoes. It's just, I can't get it out of my head. I just feel like the shoes look identical to the shoes that we see in the video. The walk, the duck walk, the bow-legged walk. Tommaso has the same walk, or not exactly the same walk, but they both have that bow-leggedness to them. So at one point in time, there's a part where you kind of see him with his back turned when he's walking his dog. And in that particular, when I seen that, it just looked like he was Tommaso from behind. So it kind of makes sense, because a lot of us thought it was Tommaso. And if that was Luke that walked by with his dog that night, I don't know. It just makes sense. I mean, it just makes sense. They're about the same build, same height. So obviously, if a lot of us think the perp looks like Tommaso, then we got to find somebody that looks like Tommaso, right? Well, Luke looks kind of like Tommaso from behind. Build-wise, characteristic-wise, they kind of match up. I don't think it's Tommaso at all. I think it's Luke. I think it is Luke. There's just too many things. And then, hold on, another thing. In that video, let's just watch the video. We're going to watch it right now. But he also had a backpack on walking by I don't I mean, if that's a neighbor and they're walking their dog, why he's got a dog at that, and it's supposed to be the guy's from California or something like that. He's not even from here, so I'm assuming, you know, he likes his dog, he loves his dog. He's a dog guy, so I'm assuming if this guy drove all the way out here from California, he brought his dog with him. That's like Richard's only friend. But he had a backpack. He's walking by. If you know, let's just suspect he's a neighbor. Okay, it's not likely you see a neighbor walking down the street walking their dog, especially in that neighborhood. I've been there many times. I go 3 times a week, at least. There's no way. It's just not likely that a neighbor's going to be walking through a neighborhood with their backpack on, with the same shoes that the perp had at that. It just doesn't make any sense to me, and I can't get it out of my head. I tried to do a little bit of a side-by-side. We'll see what y'all think about it. I'm not going to be able to really do like a whole comparison type of thing. I tried. That's kind of tough. So I don't think we'll do that. But Sleuth actually was the one who discovered this guy. So I want to watch this video just real quick, kind of listen to what Sleuth's saying, go over the Burger Chef a little bit. I still don't really understand it, but apparently he has his own little diagram. Let's just watch the video, guys. You guys got to see this because it's super interesting. I don't want to give y'all the wrong idea. I don't want to change anyone's theory. We all have our own theories and speculations. You believe what you believe, but I believe what I believe. And this story just made a whole lot of sense. And there were obviously some questionable things, but I don't know. I think they really need to investigate this guy. This is not someone in this crime investigation that's going on that should be overlooked for sure. So I'm going to let the video play on the right side, and then we'll just let this video play with Sleuth at the same time. I doubled them up. You can kind of see the perp, look at what they wear, or look at the shoes. Not what they wear. Look at the shoes. Look at the characteristics. Just look at the way he kind of carries himself. See what you think matches up between the two. I figured we'd talk about this on stream tonight because it's just a lot more clear. I know I showed it from my phone at Nancy's, but it's a lot better on the computer because obviously we got better quality here and I can actually show you the video.
Check this out. Kind of smiles and looks over.
And I'll make it bigger for you guys right now.
I don't know. It
too.
looks like it might be about 7 a.m. Anywhere between 6 and 7 if this is February. Maybe a little bit, maybe like 7:30ish. JLR might even give the time. Sometimes he does. But here we have a guy matching that description with a dog. This is 10 days after Nancy went missing, right? So you know all the evidence right now. You know that they don't really have any DNA. They don't have any suspect.
You know, Animal Mother, I'm glad you brought that up.
Everybody's pointing at Tommaso
Because
Alison looks over.
I was looking at the surveillance video and I was watching it over and over and over again, and it's the video we're looking at on the right side of the screen. That guy actually looks tall if you really look at him. He actually looks a little bit taller than I thought in the beginning when you watch the guy on the surveillance video. I'm not saying that he's 6'1", but he does look like there is a possibility that he can be. remember on the approach, he's bending down, and as he's going to grab the shrub, as you can see on the right hand side, he's slunched over. He's never really standing completely straight up. And when he is standing completely straight up, you saw him at the end after he just grabbed the shrub. He is down a step. You have to take a step up to get to Nancy's door. So you got the stairs, and then once you get to that little, you know, arc thing there, it's a step down. So at that point, it makes it very, very difficult for you to see his height. And then the video cuts at that point. And maybe I don't have the other video. Maybe there's another video to this. I just kind of looked up a short to get the surveillance video up on here. But the only time he's standing completely straight up is when he's at the camera. And I think it's very difficult to guess somebody's height when they're right in front of a camera. See how he's hunched over? He's walking over. He's still hunched over. He's not standing completely. He's never really standing completely straight up. And right here, he's down on a hump right there. You cannot, there's no way you can read his height. Right here, he looks like he might be 5'9", 5'10". I would love to go stand at that door and take a picture because I'm 6'4". And maybe we could get more of an idea then. And I'm pretty sure that's what they did when they put that white tent up.
Over. I don't know. Looks like it might be about 7 a.m. Anywhere between 6 and 7. If this is February.
The guy looks
Maybe
taller.
a
Don't
little
get me
bit,
wrong.
like
He looks taller. But again, it's hard to say that
JLR
with
might
the
even
perp
give the time sometimes.
because the perp is never really standing up straight. But go watch that surveillance video again and again and again and again. That guy actually looks tall.
Really have any DNA. They don't have any suspect. Everybody's pointing at Tommaso. And just like an arsonist, maybe they're returning back. This could be a neighbor. I'm hoping that Alex will just be like, oh, no, I see this guy all the time. Like, oh, that's George or something. Straps on a backpack. When did they release the video? When did they release the footage for Porch Guy?
Pay attention to the shoes, guys. Look at the shoes. Look at the shoes. The shoes are almost identical from what I can see. They look the same. They look the same. Literally. They look like the same shoes. I get it. It's blurry. It's blurry, and I don't know whose footage this is. But I wish I knew, so that way maybe I could get the direct video. But you lose quality once you start sending that video for some videos. So that could be why. But some people like Sloop streaming 720p. So I don't know if he actually is the actual footage wherever he got this from is a lot better than what we're seeing. But those shoes, man, oh man, they look identical to me.
Does anybody know? Let's take a look here. Porch Guy. Security footage. I'm sure you guys will beat me to it. It says February 10th. So later in the day, I believe this day, according to CNN, it was released on the 10th. So this person wouldn't have seen the footage yet. And I think Monk was doing some work on the shoes, so I wonder if these shoes look similar or anything like that. What are those? What are those?
Man, Sleuth.
And this big ass smile right here, looking over at JLR.
Yeah, that was
Like,
weird.
yeah, buddy.
That was weird. Just weird to me. Just weird. And it looks just like Richard Nolette. I know it's not the clearest picture, but it looks just like him. When you see that, you're like, man, this is the guy. So this was from JLR. I think you just said that not too long ago. I think the footage maybe was from JLR. Someone says Richard's shoes have more black. Let me go back again. I think he's going to replay it anyways.
Yeah, look at that. It's all cheesy. Could just be a neighbor.
We've spent enough time in this neighborhood, Sloop. So this definitely cannot be a neighbor at all. This is definitely not a neighbor. We would have saw this guy by now. Either that or we just missed him every time.
Kind of looks like the goatee was trimmed off too recently, huh? Look, see that?
Very bad footage, though.
10-day-old goatee.
Maybe we get the footage from JLR, but I mean, he might have been. This neighborhood signal's pretty bad, so it might have just been a bad signal at the time.
Yeah, it's definitely a goatee.
And I'll pull up a picture here of Richard in just a second.
More mustache than goatee, but definitely. I know some of you out there are going, oh my God, it's two backpack guy.
So I don't understand the Cipher.
All right, so let's give Alex a call. Hold on.
I don't understand the Cipher as much as, I want to. So I want to watch that a little bit tonight, but I'm not going to really watch that whole thing. I think the first time I listened to the interview, I'm not going to lie, I fell asleep on stream because it was just a lot to listen to, and I was really tired. I believe, not that this means anything, but I think he might be even bisexual, from what I heard. So that they say he could have maybe even had a big interest in Sleuth intuition. They think maybe he just had a thing for this guy. I think Sleuth also said he might have saw him when he went up to Rose Canyon Lake. And then that truck, I believe he said that he saw that truck up there at one point in time too. So I don't know. I don't know if it was really him or not, but I know DGL discovered a truck like this on his stream. Don't know if it was, he said he saw the same guy or if he was able to identify the person driving the truck. But if this guy doesn't live here, I mean, and this is actually the guy, what would he be doing here? What exactly would he be doing here? And Rose Canyon Lake, it just sounds like it would be like the perfect place to take somebody. It just all made sense to me. The story is insane. I know Sleuth went down and he put his camera on a fishing pole or did one of those fishing pole things that have a camera. I don't know, but I think he looked under there. I don't think he found or saw anything. The lake, it kind of looks like this. I don't think this is the actual lake, but it kind of looks like this. I know it's about 44 feet deep. This guy said the exact distance that it was to get from Nancy's house. Like, I think it was I think it was like 1 hour, 36 minutes or something like that. I don't know. But he said the exact time it takes to get from Nancy's to Rose Canyon Lake. And I don't know if this guy sat there and did his research or what, but it just seemed like to me that story just could be true. He talks about how he talks about Nancy's dog. That was the weirdest thing for me because I've never seen Nancy's dog. I don't know what Nancy's dog looks like. Maybe some people have found pictures of Nancy and her dog. I know from what I heard, she lost her dog in December. However, it was odd to me for him to have, known about her dog. And then he described the dog. Maybe he got it wrong. Because I don't know what her dog looks like at all. But I mean, that walk, the duck feet, the gold tee, his face, it just looks like this could be the guy when you're looking at this guy here walking by. Why would the guy that just reached out to Sleuth? I mean, just look at him. I mean, to me, that looks close. That's very close. And we could be wrong. We could be wrong. We go back again and pause that right there just for a second. I wanna put this on a little bit of a bigger screen here because I got it doubled up. Let me just put this up on a different screen so it's more visible for most. But I mean, doesn't that look like Richard, guys? That looks like Richard to me. Lonely guy on disability. Said it took him about a month to make that diagram, and we'll look at that in a second. He seems like he's into like older model cars because he was talking about this Benroy trailer that he had at one point in time. Don't know if he ever mentioned what car he drives. But when he talked about Nancy's dog, he said that Nancy had a black poodle. And then like he described, he kind of described the type of dog that she had. And then at one point he says his old dog name was Monterey Spike or something like that. That was his last dog. His current dog is Hoover. Not going to lie, the first time he said, when he said he lost his dog, the first thing that came to mind was he probably killed his dog. This guy seems like he has 4 or 5 different personalities to me. Seems like he would probably be a monster at night if really the guy. He claims that his brother is the Porch guy. But if his brother is, I mean, it didn't seem like he could give any information on his brother. He claimed that he didn't talk to him for the past 10 years. I wasn't buying it. The story just sounded like, that was the only part, one of the only parts in the story to me that sounded like it just wasn't adding up. And it almost felt like to me that he was saying that it was him. It feels like to me that he only said that so that way he could protect himself. So we can't really necessarily say it was actually him because he never said it was him. I think the fact that he's pointing out that it's his brother is to make sure that he doesn't go to jail. Obviously, this guy doesn't want to really go to prison. It seems like he wants money, which could have made me feel like, what it did. It made me feel like the ransom could have been legitimate, although I feel like the ransom's not. But he talks about the reward. It's like he's confident during the time that he's talking that he's going to win this reward.
Right? He has this dog, and I could have swore I seen him down at the bottom of the bottom of the mountain on my way out of Rose Canyon Lake.
So you're saying that he could be the other guy from Rose Canyon?
What do you mean?
Are you saying that's the guy that was at Rose Canyon? You
I
saw
don't
him at
know.
Rose Canyon?
This is what
You don't
somebody
know.
sent me saying that it could be. And I'm saying
That's not Richard.
I'm saying it matches pretty good. I mean, look at this is the
Is
sketch that I had
Richard?
ready.
Or no?
Yeah,
That's
Richard.
crazy.
Richard. Here, let me show you his actual photograph. I'm not trying to accuse anybody,
No, I know that.
right? I didn't contact this dude. He contacted me trying to get the reward. He was trying to use
Right,
a
I remember.
YouTuber to find Nancy and then claim the reward. Very similar to what the ransom people were doing, right? First, it was 66 million, right? A satanic number. And then half of a Bitcoin that would finance your little road trip with your little camper trailer or any repairs you need to make on your vehicle too.
Right.
Continue doing whatever it is that you're doing, possible being a serial killer, perhaps.
Sleuth, you went to Rose Canyon. You were in the water there. How did you from the highway there? What route did you take to get to the canyon? Did you go down those dirt roads where the cabins are, where the gate is, or what route did you go?
I went up
to get.
It was a 2-lane highway. It was like 35 miles per hour, and it took me right up to the lake.
It did.
Yeah, about a quarter. I mean, not. I had to walk a ways, like down a hill, but it was right there. It was pretty much one of the last parking areas.
Okay, you probably went, but was the dirt road rough back there?
No, there was no. There was. It was all paved. It was all nice. It was all. All perfect.
Would it be a risky spot kind of to do that? Where
Not at night. Not the way he explained it. Like, think about it. Let's say, and also another thing that kind of tripped me out is the truck that he was driving matched the truck that was on Dad's Gone Live. You guys remember that truck? And we thought, we thought we figured it out.
I saw you, man. I was like, how did you do? You were fast about it too.
But look, he mentioned, remember the signs? They mentioned lemons. Maybe they were talking about Mount Lemon, but it reminded me of this truck right here. It's kind of beat up.
I think that was the picture. Sorry, the mic was off. I think that was the picture. I think the picture that he shown in the beginning was the picture. Like it was a picture that he found. I think, I'm not sure. Don't quote me on it. That I think Sleuth's Intuition's picture that he shows in the beginning of his video is a picture of a truck that he, that looked familiar to him, that he could show his viewers. I'm not too sure. I don't think it's a picture that he took. Whether or not that truck he saw at the bottom of the mountain had a pinstripe, I don't know. That's the questionable thing to me. I think he mentioned that truck didn't have a pinstripe. This truck that Dad's Gone Live see, that truck that he passed by that night, because I know a lot of you guys watched Dad's Gone Live, and some of you guys probably were there when he stumbled across this truck that night. I don't know if Dad's Gone Live got a good eye on the guy or what. It does. You can kind of see somebody's head in the picture, but you can't really tell whether or not it's Richard. I don't know what Dad's Gone Live seen that night as far as what he saw as as far as what that person looked like. It looks like there's a possibility, that could be Richard. You never know. So I would like to know, like, what Dad's Gone Live saw, whether or not he was able to get a good eye on this guy or not.
Up on the side.
Right.
But it had a camper.
Oh. That had extra words on it, too, on that sign. Now I don't remember it, but I do remember the sign, but lemon, yeah, it had words that were strange on there. But.
And the dude,
this photo from Nancy's home, around her home?
Yeah, this is when Dad's Gone Live found those signs. Remember those mysterious signs that were being put up to look at another true crime case? I thought it was the husband trying to bring attention to his wife's case.
So you don't think it wasn't?
I don't know. I mean, I thought it was because he was the one going online, basically trying to, kind of saying the same thing.
Speaking up for his wife or how she died.
Yeah. So I saw a pattern there.
That's strange.
You got to keep in mind, like you said, it's the distance between Nancy's home there and Rose Canyon Lake is 35 miles away.
I
So
mean,
that's, for someone to be at both locations possibly is weird.
even like how he said there's going to be 6, what did he say? It was planned 6 years ago.
Yeah, everything is a 6 with this guy.
Yo, yo.
Yeah, he is. What's up, Ted? Welcome
Hey,
aboard.
how's it going, guys? JLR, hey.
Salutes here.
What's
Salute
going
and
on?
salute.
What's up, guys?
Looking sharp, Ted. Looking sharp.
Thank you, thank you. Duty calls. Just wanted to hop on.
But anyway, I mean, he even brought up a case that was similar to Nancy's case at one point in time. And I thought that was super, super odd. But who knows? This guy might just be really into crime for all we know. I'm just convinced that this is the closest. I'm convinced this is our guy. I mean, this is the closest thing that we've had since, well, just compared to any other suspect that we've had. I mean, it's the closest person to the perp. As far as anybody looking like the perp, it's the closest thing. Maybe I'm wrong and the shoes are off. Maybe I need to look a little bit more. But it's almost, to me, it looks like the shoes look very similar to me. I mean, dang near to the T. And it's difficult to really see that for sure because the video is so blurry. But why would somebody be walking by? And they always say the suspect usually revisits the scene at some point in time. But why would somebody be walking by with the dog and a backpack? The dog is normal. I don't know if I caught it or not. Well, I didn't catch it, but I don't know if they said it or he said it. What type of dog Richard actually has. And that's what I would like to know. Because that dog, if he describes it, that dog that's walking around in this video right here, that's it. That's Richard. That concludes it for me, for sure. I wanted to show that part where he kind of walks by. I think there's a different footage to him where he walks by at this point here, and then we can kind of see his back turn. I think Pride, or Patriot Pride, played it the other day. I just don't see it on Sleuth's video here. Guys, this is close. This is close. And we could be wrong. I could be wrong. But that is just, that's just too close to me. At least too close for these guys to be overlooking this. I'm only hoping that if the FBI hasn't looked into this, that they're watching this guy and they know exactly where he lives. I would only hope that. He's just walking by funny to me. It just looks even odd the way he's walking by to me. He's not even looking at the house when he walks by. He didn't even look left or right, really. It's like he looks at JLR, and that's about it. If I'm walking by that scene, I'm looking at everyone. I'm looking at all the newscasters. If I'm walking by that scene just normally, like a normal person would, I'm walking by. Anybody that sees this type of activity going on in the neighborhood, you're looking at everything and everybody. You're being nosy. You're trying to figure out what the hell is going on. I mean, the guy walking by, he's like looking straight. He didn't even look at the house. He didn't even look at all these people on the left side. Didn't budge at all and look left to see what these guys are up to. Obviously, we know what they're up to. But I mean, he's not even looking around. And I agree with Pride. Just like that smile is like, man, look what I did. Man, I caused this. Wow. Makes me excited. Does he have gloves on? No, he doesn't. Okay. I thought he had gloves. I'm like, why would he have gloves? But he looks at JLR, and I think that's what he's pointing out when he walks by. I don't know, guys. I can't look past this one. I just can't get over this one. Sherry, big welcomes, by the way. She says Richard has a lot of details of what happened. How would we know so much detail? He would have to be there. Yeah. And it just sounded like his story made just a whole lot of sense to me. There were obviously, some things that were questionable and kind of weird. But I mean, his story seemed like it made some sense. Jeanette, thanks so much for the gifted 67 jewels, man. Much love, Jeanette. Wow, I've never seen that actually pop up on the screen. That's the first for me. Shout out Jeanette, though. Concern says the way he looked at JLR was like he watched the stream every day and couldn't believe he saw JLR. He was way too happy. Yeah, it was like, to me, it was what Pride said. It's like he's like, man, look what I done. Like he's like satisfied with what happened, basically. I mean, and I believe they said this was day 10, or really day 9. 'Cause it's February 1st if you count the first day. So that would be. Well, it'd still be day 10. But yeah, I mean, this guy was. There's just certain things right here that's odd to me. And I really feel like that's Richard. I don't know if Sleuth got to ask him how tall he was. I think he said he saw him at one point. I don't know if he got an idea, maybe seeing him, that, he possibly, got a little idea of his height. I don't know. And Jeanette, much love. I appreciate that. I hope I said your name correctly with the gift that's there. Much love. But why would somebody be walking their dog with a backpack in the Catalina Foothills neighborhood? We've sat out there many, many times, and we don't really see people walking by with backpacks. It's not really common. Not only that, well, I guess I take that back. I was going to say, why does he have a sweater on? But actually at this time, it was cold at that time. It was actually cold. Phone says it's hard to say he's actually walking in sync with his dog. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that. Let me go back a little bit so we can let that play through. I want to get this footage from JLR. I want to see if he has the actual footage, because I wonder if it's a lot clearer than this. And this looks like they're walking on the property. I never go this far on the property. As you can see, the dog and him are on the property. But I get it. He had no choice because he kind of had to go around the sheriff car. But why did he even go around when he could have just went in between where that truck is at? I think some say maybe he was trying to leave some DNA there or something like that. Say that he was walking by at the time. It's a possibility. Rachel says, so Richard, I missed that. Trying to read the chat in OBS here. So Richard is into much older ladies. Could he have been the Uber driver for Nancy that night? then decided to pay her a visit later. It's possible, but that I don't know if that theory would check out because I don't think Richard was an Uber driver. Man, so that sounds like that with the gifteds here. I've never seen those. That's so interesting to me. Art Deco says, I think the internet solved the one, fingers crossed. Animal says they look a weird slip-on Nike. Walmart used to have mesh rando slip-on shoes similar to that, but we have no idea if the porch if the porch person's shoes are slip-ons. Oh, they're definitely not slip-ons. Well, you know what? That's a possibility. I was thinking slides when you said slip-ons, but it's a possibility. They definitely don't look like a brand shoe to me. They look like an off-brand shoe. It looks like some type of no-name shoe to me. Which, wouldn't that probably make a shoe print more difficult to find? It being an off-brand shoe? It's interesting. Restaurant workers usually wear those Gov X no slip type of shoes. I don't know. I just know those shoes look very, very similar to the ones that the perp had on to me. So I just thought I'd bring that to you guys' attention tonight. I know we were talking about this when I was out at Nancy's. I probably won't talk about it too much more because I don't want people to get the wrong idea as far as the perp, you know, so I won't cover it as much as tonight. But, I mean, they got to investigate this guy. I really hope that they went to this guy's house immediately. And I think Sleuth had said he claimed that he spoke with the FBI and they came to the door, and I think he wanted that footage. I guess for whatever reason, maybe at some point in time he mentioned he had a Ring camera or something like that. So I guess that's what provoked Sloop to ask for that footage. Or maybe he has cameras. I don't know. But go subscribe, Sloop Intuition. I mean, he's the one who, this guy right here, he's the one who discovered the guy. Like I said, he came in the comments, and it could have been in mine. I don't know. I'm not that big of a YouTuber. I'm smaller, a little smaller than Sleuth, but I mean, Sleuth gave him the time of day. I mean, I believe he's cut him off now, and he's no longer talking to Richard. But I think there's a big possibility that this guy might be our guy, and I think the best thing to do with the information that's been presented to all of us at this point is to investigate this guy. Put this thing to bed. Sherry says Sleuth should take... Excuse me, I keep trying to read this in OBS, so it's making it difficult for me. I'm trying to make this bigger so I can actually see it. Cherry says that Sleuth should take all of the videos of this and all of the talking and what he saw at Rose Lake to Nanos. Say you need to talk to him. Yeah, maybe Nanos will finally talk to somebody, you know. Since he's been in trouble, he hasn't really sat down and spoke to anyone. But remember, in the beginning, Nanos was having multiple different interviews. It was like he was enjoying himself. Like he really enjoyed all the attention. Let's find Nancy. I couldn't agree more. Sure. Carlene says, let's find Nancy. Animal says that's the shoes, the GovX shoes are the ones that the ambulance workers wear. Never seen, well, because I see ambulance guys all the time. I don't recall them wearing those type of shoes, but I could be wrong. I think they wear different type of shoes though. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I just think that Richard definitely needs to be looked at here for sure. Man, maybe somebody can try to explain to me what the Cipher burger thing, like what is that? I don't understand it. Like maybe somebody could try to break that down to me a little bit more, because I truly don't understand the whole Cipher burger thing. It just doesn't really make much sense to me. I think at one point in time he says that line 4, or line or row 4 at the top goes with some line at 4 below. I have no idea what that thing what it means. Then he goes on to say that the 7th line also has something to do with line 4. It just didn't make any sense to me. And I may have said that wrong, but I mean, I didn't get the Cipher chef diagram thing that he was trying to show Sloop. Yeah, so he says that the 4 above works with line 4 below, and the same line for line 7. So I just didn't get that at all, though. I didn't mean to show that. I had my notes up there. I want to go ahead and play a little bit of that video when he was trying to show the diagram, if I can. I don't really have the particular part where he was kind of showing that specific part, but I'll try to show that. Let me try to pull up this other screen here so I could show y'all that. See what y'all think. And I know a lot of you guys have saw the video, but it's one of those things where you got to kind of go back, watch it again, listen to it again. This is a crazy story. I just don't know how you come up. If he came up with this story quick, that guy is smart as can be. Remember the ransoms were they said that the ransoms were great grammar. Whoever wrote the ransom, they were pretty smart. Computer here. Let me see if I can find it here. I think it's this one here where he talks about the diagram there. I don't know why my thing is showing up like that. Let me fix the screen. So this is the diagram right here, I believe. I believe he calls it the Cipher chef diagram. I couldn't even make out the first line here. It says we kill for, and he lost me on that last part. Maybe it's we kill for NA. And yeah, I don't get it. I don't really understand it. But he talks about it. Let's listen to it a little bit, see if we can dig something else up out of this. Because I really don't get it. And I really haven't had the time to really listen to the video again as well. So let's listen real quick.
Maybe it aligns right now. I don't know.
Yeah,
I can't really.
Yeah, I do have it aligned, and we can do that. I'm sure we can.
Yeah, the character alignment is the most critical part, because the way they set it up is another form of what's called obfuscation, and it's intended to fool the mind, so you're not able to make any sense out of it, because they're not in, like, a lot of the story is spelled out in columns from the top to the bottom, and other directions as well. But like with Nancy's story, it begins with that R at the 9 position on the upper column on the first row. The first row there. Seems like I was going to talk about something I didn't finish up a thought. Okay, I guess just the whole idea of compartmentalization, basically all of that went out the window when I was attacked by this uh, he's like he was a bar brawler, and he also grew up in a really violent home, but basically I was renting a room from this lady, and I should not have got romantically involved with her, but I did. And when I broke up with her, I tried to stay there for a while, and she was a little short lady from Boston, and she had that Boston accent, and she says, it's war. and I don't think I smiled or laughed at her when she said that, maybe internally, but I think I was smart enough not to test it, but anyhow, long story short, she moved that guy in, and he is the brother of somebody that's well known in Monterey County, because his brother is serving life for raping and murder. I don't know are we allowed to say raping in this I don't
Yeah, speaking
I don't
on-
want to
No.
yeah, I don't want to say, okay, I don't want to say anything that's going to get you flagged or mess the video up, but
No, don't worry about it.
okay, anyhow, so there was a girl, I think she was only 12 or 13 years old, from Marina, which is right nearby Monterey. Anyhow, the guy named Charles Hollings, Charles Holyfield, I think is his last name. Anyhow, the guy that attacked me is his brother, and his brother has scars all over his face and loves to fight. And long story short, the lady waited until the last day. I was right in the middle of moving out, and she sent this guy after me.
You know, when somebody sits there and they're talking about a whole bunch of other stuff, and they have a whole long story about nothing that has to do with Nancy or anything that you're trying to get out of the conversation, it almost sounds like they're contemplating the entire time, especially like when you see like videos where, people will sit down and they're in an interrogation room with the detective, and they're trying to get them to tell the truth. That's what it seems like to me. It seems like this guy is like rambling off, talking about a whole bunch of other things. And, at some point in time, it's going to take a long time. Who knows how long that is, but at some point in time, he's going to just say finally, like, nah, it was me. I did it. That's what it feels like with Richard. It feels like all this other stuff is made up. Not the story, but parts, not the story in general, not the whole story, but just particular things in the story, like perhaps the fact that he says that the Porch guy is his brother. The guy, you mean the guy that you haven't spoke to for 10 years? Come on, Richard, for real. I would love to sit down and have an interview with this guy. I would love to have a conversation with this guy and get the opportunity that Sloof had, because I would have been much tougher on this guy. I'm not going to lie. And that was the great part, was he let him talk. He let him talk, but I think I would have definitely pushed some of those questions a little bit more to the point where he kind of answered them, like literally answered them. Because when he asks certain questions, he kind of overlooks the question in a way. He doesn't directly just answer some of the questions that Sloof asks, because he asks some pretty good questions. But I feel like he's one of those people who are in an interrogation room rambling off, just rambling and waiting. We know this guy's going to crack at some point in time. He's going to crack. Nope. Doesn't budge. I just wish he would have never cut him off so soon, because I really wanted to hear more, and I really wanted to see where this was going to end.
Down a narrow hallway. Well, because of I think in large part because of the location, the fear thing was triggered in me, and I didn't realize all this at the time, but it took me a couple of years to realize what happened. A lot of the things that were done to me, the physical and sexual abuse of my childhood, was triggered when that man cornered me in the hallway of that. It was like an older house. I don't know if you know a lot of the older houses have the lower ceilings and the narrow hallways.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, so
Sounds like my sounds like my grandma's old house.
yeah, mine too. But I didn't realize what happened, and what happened was just it was a quick fight. It was only about probably 10 to 25 seconds, and like probably all the people that said I'm a serial killer on here are going to enjoy hearing this, but I did what I had to do. He cornered me literally into the back, the end of the hallway, and I beat him to a pulp. I hammer fisted his face into the hardwood floor.
Hey, Hooch,
That
thanks
was
for subscribing,
back
by the
when
way.
I was like, well, it was 2009 or 10.
This is serious, by the way, Richard. And I hope he sees his name and watches this stream. This is serious, bro. This is really serious. You could possibly be like interfering with a federal investigation, not just a regular, normal homicide. This federal at this point. I mean, I don't know if he's taking this serious or if he's just joking around or playing around, or he really is the guy or actually knows who the guy is. But I don't think sitting here paying attention to the chat, interacting with the chat is funny at all. I don't even think he should be doing that at all. I think he should just be trying to tell this story. You know, but it seems like he's enjoying the entertainment at this point. Like he's enjoying this. So maybe he gets a thrill out of things like what happened to Nancy. Maybe he likes old ladies. I mean, he did take the sheets. From what we heard, the sheets were missing. We don't know what went on, but a lot of people suspect she could have been raped. This guy is weird.
But I was forced into doing what I had to do, you know? And
Yeah, exactly.
and I'm so glad.
Not only that reminds me, because he said that he had a really bad childhood due to the fact that he was raped at one point in time. You know, people deal with trauma for the rest of their life when things like that in their life happen. Not only that, he said he went to therapy for 14 years. Nobody goes to therapy for 14 years. Hell, we all contemplate on going to therapy for years. We don't go to therapy for years. We contemplate on doing it for years. I mean, something ain't right.
I didn't do worse damage. The day after, the police came out and they made him. By the way, the lady that sent him after me created a story right on the spot. I could barely speak because I was so triggered. She made a story. She made it out to be that I was the aggressor, and I ended up losing my whole livelihood. She went after my.
He rants on. Let's skip up a bit. I think Sleuth's starting to create his diagram that he wants. I think this is what he kind of wants. He's kind of telling Sleuth pretty much how he wants the thumbnail to be for the most part. I think this is going to be the thumbnail. So this guy's got it all figured out, all the things that he wants to do. I mean, he sat down for God knows how long to figure all of this out.
My sincere hope from talking to you, and like hopefully we'll be able to do this again. It really takes many times to go through these ciphers and to link everything together.
It really takes time to really go through these ciphers and really, yank things together. That just sounds really weird. Like, it just sounds like, to me, the tone I'm hearing is different than what he's saying. You hear me? The tone that we're hearing is different than what he's actually saying. It just sounds like, to me, he might just have like an obsession with Sleuth. I mean, maybe he's lying and people really would have gave him the time and day, because who wouldn't have wanted to hear this anyway? I mean, I would have loved to talk to him. I'm pretty sure, I mean, I can't speak for anybody else, but I wouldn't doubt that Criminal Network may have talked to him. You know, I'm pretty sure JLR would have given him some moments, although I don't think JLR, you know, believes this story. Neither does Criminal Network. But I mean, someone would have gave him the time and day. I don't think it was just Sleuth that only was, you know, given the time and the day. I think some of us get a lot of comments that we don't see them all.
Like, hopefully we'll be able to do this again. It really takes many times to go through these ciphers and to link everything together.
Somebody's sending me a corrected version here.
It really, like, hopefully we'll be able to do this again. It really takes many times to go through these ciphers and do this. From talking to you, and like, hopefully we'll be able to do this again. It really takes many times to go through these ciphers and to link everything together.
Somebody's sending me a corrected version here. Let me put this up while you speak, and maybe
okay,
you can take a look at it. It looks like this might be the correct way to do it. Sorry, I was using AI, so they may have missed some of the letters.
Yeah, well, that's okay, Patrick. I know you're trying your best, and thank you for trying. But before I forget to finish that thought, my real hope in sharing all this with you is to find some police protection, I really distrust most police officers, but if I could find one police officer or former police officer that I can get some sort of like witness protection, that's what I'm more interested in than even the reward at this point, you know?
Hold on, we gotta play that again. I didn't even understand that, and I don't even know why he has a trust issue with the police department or police officers. We gotta hear that one more time, because that didn't really make much sense to me. Shannon, thanks so much for the $10 super chat, by the way. Man, much love, Shannon. Thanks for becoming a member. Shannon Libby, by the way, as well. Much love, guys. I appreciate you tuning in, supporting the channel, and also having a conversation with me tonight here. I don't know what y'all believe. I know a lot of you guys probably aren't buying the Richard thing. Some of you guys aren't. Some of you guys are like, I don't know. You know, this was just weird. And I don't think a lot of people got to see this. I see some people in the chat saying, you know, who is this guy? Never seen this guy. So it's kind of a good thing we're kind of talking about this again. Because obviously a lot of people didn't get to see it, you know, after Sleuth had this interview. And I think it should have definitely been more heard, because I don't really think the FBI went over there and spoke to this guy at all. I think they just overlooked it. From what I heard, it was reported. But I think that they just kind of looked past it from what I've seen. Because I think this guy would have been detained at some point and took down to the station and talked to if they took this serious.
So,
You are literally fearing for your life.
Yeah, exactly. And I have a situation where I've never been late on my rent here for 70.
Right. I got to hear that again. We need to go back a little bit here. Thanks for bringing that up, by the way. Hyper Kimberly, I think it was. She says that Richard spooked Sleuth. Yeah, I mean, and he went with his gut. And you know what they say when you have a gut feeling, to go with that gut feeling. And he did. So, I mean, we could have lost Sleuth. To be honest, if this guy is really who he is, and he really has an obsession with him, and he really saw that guy when Sleuth went down to Rose Canyon Lake to do what he wanted to do what he needed to do, as far as, you know, trying to figure out if Nancy was at the bottom of this lake. Who knows what this guy may have had in store for him? Who knows? Who knows if this is legitimate? That, you know, if this was his first time doing what he did. Just can't ever take nothing for granted. Can't just look past stuff.
That's what I'm more interested in than even the reward at this point, you know? So,
you are literally fearing for your life.
Yeah, exactly. And I have a situation where I've never been late on my rent here for
Hold on, go back a little
73
bit. I gotta
where
hear
I
that part just real
to
one more
find
time,
some police protection, to find,
real quick.
I really distrust, to find why your best and thank you.
Yeah, missed some of the
Oh,
letters.
yeah, well, that's okay, Patrick. I know you're trying your best and thank you for trying. But before I forget to finish that thought, my real hope in sharing all this with you is to find some police protection, to find, I really distrust most police officers, but if I could find one police officer or former police officer that I can get some sort of like witness protection, that's what I'm more interested in than even the reward at this point, you know? So, I
So
mean,
you are
I have a,
literally fearing for your life.
yeah, exactly. And I have a situation where,
Yeah, Sleuth asked him that, like, I'm not buying that, bro. You're literally, like, he's not buying some of the story, you could tell. I just don't, I mean, I think the motive for him should have been, like, you know, I really want to bring justice to this case. I really want to bring Nancy home. Instead, he said, this guy said that he was more interested in police protection, not bringing Nancy home, not bringing closure to the family, no justice to the case. He just said that's just weird to me. I don't get that. Not at all. I mean, I guess he's in fear because he stated that his family's a serial killer and they may come after him. Then I guess that could be the only reason why, you know, obviously he would want some type of police protection, I guess.
I've never been late on my rent here for 73 times. I have not been late one day on my rent. I pay all, well, I can't say I pay all my bills on time, but I pay all my important bills, you know, the rent, the PG&E, everything. I've kept the ship running in spite of all my issues for 72 months now. And I do thank my dog and I thank God for that, because I don't know. My dog keeps me going, if that makes any sense.
Also, real quick, guys, one thing I wanted to point out real quick is notice how he's breathing when he's talking in the background. Notice the breaths that he's taking. It's kind of weird. I don't know what he's doing or why he's breathing like that. I don't know if he's like an obese guy. I don't think so, based on the pictures that we've seen. By the way, the reward is still 1.2 million. I don't know why it hasn't gone up yet, because, you know, in the beginning it seemed like that reward was just going up nonstop. 1.2 million for if you have any tips or any information that might lead up to finding Nancy, that reward still stands. So just wanted to put that out there real quick. I believe that's still in play.
Yeah, and sorry for sounding so, a lot of people that will sound weird when I keep mentioning my dog, but I would not have survived my life without my dogs, Patrick, you know? So
No, I get you.
Well, thank you.
Do you travel? Why don't you do some traveling?
Well, right now everything is screwed in my life, Patrick. I used to do a lot of traveling. I had a teardrop trailer. Maybe I'll send you pictures of that. I have a cool picture of I restored a vintage 1955 Ben Roy. They only made 400 of these little trailers, and for quite a while I lived in the thing. And 1 year, it's been over 12 years now, but 1 year I traveled the whole country, saw almost 40 states with my last dog, and spent most of the time in Maine. And I used to love to travel. 2016, we went to Montana and spent a couple months there at the wrong time of the year, right when the season was changing into winter. But I don't know. I made a little sweater for him, by the way. Anyhow, his name was Spike. That's where I get the Monterey Spike name from, by the way. Spike is the name of my. Sorry, man, I got emotional there. Anyhow, Spike was the name of my last dog, and I don't think I'd still be here without him. He was this stoic guy that was white with looked like he had wings, a brown patch on his side that looked like wings, and he had one brown eye, like my current dog Hoover, and one crazy blue eye. But that dog was unshakable, Patrick. Like no fear in him at all. Like if there was a serial killer in front of him, he would just eat them. Okay, like, and I'm not saying he was mean, but if you pushed him, I don't know. I guess him and I were a lot alike. But he made me more stoic.
I think Nancy had a dog. I think Nancy had a dog too.
Yeah, I saw her with a black poodle type. I don't know if it's a Portuguese water dog, if that's what they call them, but yeah, and that was part of the reason that made me even more identify with Nancy and the horrible things that were done to her. Like yeah, and that was part of the reason that made me even more identify with Nancy and her. Yeah, I saw
Nancy had a dog. I think Nancy had a dog too.
Yeah, I saw her with a black poodle type. I don't know if it's a Portuguese water dog, if that's what they call them, but yeah, and that was part of the reason that made me.
I muted. Oh my God! So I don't think I need to touch up on that part. I didn't say much. I don't think I need to touch up on this part, but just listen to this part right here, where he talks about the dog, and then not only that, he says that's the one thing that made him identify with Nancy. I don't know what to think about that at all. I don't think there's really much to touch up on that. I'll let you think what you think on that, but it's just, it gives me the chills a little bit.
What they call them, but
sorry for the mute, guys.
Yeah, and that was part of the reason that made me even more identify with Nancy and the horrible things that were done to her. Like I don't know, I relate with dog people, or I don't know. You get what I'm saying, I think.
And the horrible things that were done to her. What horrible things were done to Nancy? You haven't talked to your brother for 10 years, so you don't really know what went on in that house, considering you and your brother don't talk. If your brother's the porch guy, how do you know that anything horrible happened to Nancy? Besides the fact that she's missing and she was abducted.
Well, I wasn't always a dog person or an animal person. It was through marriage I became, but I'm one of those people where I say I'm not an animal person, and then you come in the room and the animals, we're both asleep together, the animal's draped over the cat or the dog, get this thing off me, and come back in the room, it's being on my chest or something.
Sorry, this part is a little.
Oh yeah, well, you must be a pretty good guy then, because you must be a pretty good guy then, because animals are the best judges of character that I've seen.
I agree.
By the way, just to get it off my mind, I'm really thankful for everybody's support, and the positive compliments on here have been really amazing. But my mind can immediately go to the worst, or there can be 100 good comments and then one bad one, and I'll guess which one I go to. So
Yeah, the blood left behind is one thing. Thanks for mentioning that, by the way, Capture. That's one thing that definitely he could have been mentioning, pertaining to something horrible happening to Nancy. But he didn't say something horrible. He said for the horrible things that happened to her, as if he knew what horrible things happened to Nancy. If there were even horrible things that happened to her that night, and we suspect that obviously because there was blood on the porch. But I mean, come on, that just sounds really weird. That sounds really, really odd to me, based on the way he's saying stuff. But we know that we know that he knows there was blood on the porch. I get it.
No, there's going to be a mixture of all. Usually we can handle it pretty good, but I'm focused on you. I'm not really looking over there. I don't want to get distracted.
yeah, but it's giving me chills right now. What my mind is telling me, if I survived my family of origin, Patrick, how much do you think one of those little comments like this guy, this guy is crazy, or this guy needs to be committed, or this guy actually there were a few that said this guy is probably the killer himself. Like, people don't understand, if I were the killer myself, why the hell would I want to, like, I don't know. I partly can understand that because my so-called family of origin are narcissists, and they do love the attention, but they love the attention. Their main goal is to get away with everything, because, like we were saying the other day, or I was saying the other day, that proves that they're more intelligent than everybody else in the world. But if they could have it both ways, they would much rather say, "Hey, I did this," as long as they don't have to pay the price. I don't know if I stayed on top. I don't know if I stayed on topic
You also said that they were going to try to set somebody else up and make it look like it was people in Mexico and all this kind of other. It's just crazy that you said that.
Well, no, I think that's what they're doing right now, and I don't know. Some of the things I want to share with you are really going to bring my credibility into doubt, but
they already have.
Hopefully this is not the one and only time I get to speak with you, because these ciphers, like, most people are not able to understand that this has been a full-time job for me for 4 years. Like, I haven't made one single dollar on it, but
can you do some of your work and like take some photographs and maybe email those to me, and the next time I can just use those and you can tell me which one to kind of put up on the screen?
Yeah, well, I would, but it takes so much time. I'm sort of kicking myself right now because I did not have, I live on a really fixed income. Disability does not pay very much, and I have to pay all my bills out of that. And so the end of I don't know if it was the beginning of this month or the end of last month. I think it was the end of last month. I sent the major reporter on this, Nancy Guthrie. I've sent him almost 100 pages of documentation, and I'm kicking myself a little bit now because I could not afford the color copies, and it took me a month to diagram the Burger Chef.
Says it took him a month to diagram the Burger Chef. I want y'all to take a look at these pictures together for just a second. Just take a look at these pictures. Just tell me what you think. Now, the eyebrows are the closest thing from all of the suspects that we've seen. The ski mask, or shiesty, whatever you want to call it, it's kind of covering the eyebrows somewhat. Because I know in this picture, which is probably not a recent picture, the picture, it looks like the eyebrows are pretty thick. But this is the closest person I've ever seen to the perp. People argue that he would be Hispanic or maybe Italian, A lot of people don't lean in the white direction. I don't know what Richard's nationality is, although I feel like Richard is white. That's what he looks like to me. It's what he appears to be, but I could be wrong. But to me, this is the closest I've seen. The goatee is almost perfect. It's almost perfect when you look at these two pictures together. Not only that, let me just get my arrow out because we're going to need this. There's that. Some people have, you know, a filled in type of goatee where that space in the mask is at, where there's no hair. Well, I think there's that same space with Richard here in between the hair and the mustache. The hair, it's a full mustache. He's got a lot of hair in the mustache area. That mustache looks like a full mustache. The eyes are very similar to me. The nose also looks like it could be similar to me. He's bald. The perp appears to me to be bald. The head shape, can't tell as much, but I want to say the head shape is even similar as well, but we could be wrong. The neck. We took take a look at all of these things. The neck also looks like it can match up. This is the closest match we've seen. I don't care if it's wrong. Good job, Sleuth Intuition, bro. Good job, man. You've done a wonderful job, regardless if it's wrong. This is the closest. Thank you for your work. I mean, this is great. And even if it's wrong, I mean, God, that's just close. Are we getting closer? If this isn't our guy, are we getting closer? I mean, because whoever we find, and if it's not Richard, he's going to look like Richard for sure. Somewhat like Richard. Same build as Richard, just about. Richard's got that skinny, tall frame to me. Let's finish sharing this video.
Solely as it applies to Nancy Guthrie. Anyhow, I sent him all of my originals and asked him if he could make copies and send them back to me. But you know how that goes. I sort of, as I sent them, I was sort of saying goodbye to them. I don't know. It's a lot of work.
Kind of kicking yourself. Kicking yourself.
Well, yeah, but 40 color copies is like $60, and I just, you know, I need to, like, every month I have to make my priorities, and you know, it's between all my bills, rent, phone bill, and dog food and my food. It, like, the money goes really quickly, and you know how things have changed in the last 5 years. Everything's more expensive, and the disability pretty much stays the same. Like, let's just put it this way: the money I live on, the money I get in 1 year right now. Sometimes I used to make. Basically,
there's the breathing. There's that breathing. Let's listen to that breathing. What is he doing? Why is he breathing like that? Go back again.
Basically, one average.
Why is he breathing like that?
Sometimes I used to make. Basically,
what is he
sometimes
doing?
I used to make. Basically,
that is the weirdest thing.
Basically, one year right now. Sometimes I used to make.
Right in the middle of the conversation, just stop. How you guys doing in chat? How's everybody doing? I hope everybody's having a good night. What? I don't get it. I don't get it. I mean, I deal with people all the time at work who have a hard time breathing, and they don't even breathe like that. I'm not trying to be dramatic or over exaggerate. Unless he's on a high oxygen, or he's just always he has a tough time breathing, which I highly doubt. I mean, I would have only thought he would have mentioned that, as far as his capabilities in doing this and taking Nancy and whatnot. Usually somebody will throw their health issue out there like, no, I'm not even capable of that. I can't breathe. I'm shortness of breath. I can't, people will throw those type of things out there, and I don't recall him doing that at all. So I don't know what he's doing in the background, breathing like that, but that's a little odd to me.
Sometimes I used to make, basically one average real estate business used to be, it would equate to 2 years of what I live on right now. And sometimes I would make 3 of those a month when I did real estate. But
doesn't sound like he's even breathing.
I'm not
having a hard time
I'm
breathing.
thankful that my needs that I'm getting by, and I've learned how to live on a lot less and still be happy. But a lot of times I have to set the priorities and just.
I'm sorry, Sally.
Color copies did not fit in the budget, So
It's kind of strange that they asked you for those.
Well, no, nobody asked me for them. I just I like to highlight things to make it more easy to follow along. Remember we were talking yesterday, as above, so below. A lot of the lines.
I like the way he put that. So as above, so below, and that's what I was bringing to you guys' attention earlier, in regards to what he was talking about with the Burger Chef diagram right here, and he was saying that the line 4 above works with line 4 below, and the same line for line 7. Can anybody tell me what that means? I mean, I get what it means, but I mean, I just don't know what he's talking about exactly. Like, what does line 4 below and on the top do? What do they do?
The lines, like line 4 above will work with line 4 from below, and the same with line 7. They communicate together. As does the left side communicate with the right side. So when you diagram all of this in colors, it makes it so much easier to see, because it's like red on the left, red on the right, or green above, green below. Am I making sense there?
Why does it say we kill? Yes, you are.
Well, because
I'm trying to find some examples.
I hope you're joking there, Patrick. I hope you're being sarcastic about the day we kill, because they're sadistic Satanists, and that's the whole point of this thing. And also,
they're sadistic Satanists.
I don't know. I don't know if you have things aligned properly or not, but
I think he's referring to his family,
defining some of the terms,
his dad and brother,
in the Burger Chef, if you'd like.
Yeah, these were sent to me. Yeah, I'm listening.
It represents a logo.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to take notes. Also, I'm not saying I'm the professor or anything, and you don't have to, but I guess we have it all recorded, so it doesn't really matter. I'll start by defining some of the terms. So they communicate in their own private language. I don't know how much more I can explain that, but it's a way of hiding what they've done in plain sight, because only they speak this particular quote unquote language, Let me go to the first term. The first term is YO. And YO is put next to a person's initials when they plan on killing that person. And the place that they got that term from is the game of craps. And in the game of craps, the dealer, when the number 11 is rolled, the dealer will yell out "Yo 11." I think is what I'm pretty sure. I'm not a craps player, but it's either Yo 11 or Yo 11.
I don't get it.
But it's because they don't want to confuse it with another number, which I can never remember what the other number is. But it's very common for the dealer to yell out "Yo 11." Okay. Anyhow, moving on. Yo equals 11. 11 in the English alphabet is the letter K. The letter K equals kill. So at every position in this cipher where there's the letters Y and O joined, whether it be in a vertical fashion or horizontal, like left to right or up and down, that means that there is a threat of death.
Welcome back, Janet.
However, further complicating things in this cipher is the fact that it is set up. It's set up. I don't know if you've ever heard the game of Chutes and Ladders.
I used to play it a lot when I was a kid.
Well, you're lucky. It sounds like you grew up in a more normal household than I did, because we didn't play board games, Patrick. Our parents lined my brother and I up and had each other beat on each other sometimes 3 times a week. So that was quote unquote entertainment in my family, Porch. But and I never recognized how messed up it was at the time. Like that was just normal, you know. So I don't know if I finished up. So okay, so I guess I left off on ladders. The game of Chutes and Ladders is I think it's a Milton Bradley game that originated in the 1940s, which was when Dick was born. He was born in 1942 in Saco, Maine.
See, this is what starts making me fall asleep. The side stories, and I get he's trying to make the diagram make sense and all this and that, but this is the type of part where you got to kind of stay locked in, because you get thrown off by these small, by the side stories is what I would phrase it as. But I mean, it does pertain, I guess, to this diagram, but some of the stories don't, like when he's talking about his dog. So you got to kind of stay in tune and not get too lost in the sauce here. But I'm not seeing, I don't know. I just don't really see what this really necessarily has to do with Nancy. That's what threw me off leading up to the story. I was just more so hoping to just hear like pretty much everything that would help us find his brother for the most part. And like we would learn about whoever Michael is. But instead, he's talking about himself. But his brother is the one who did this, right? So you would think we'd be talking about Michael the entire time, not Richard. But apparently, I mean, his family lives by this diagram, I guess. But obviously not, because he said that he took a month to make this thing. So I don't understand how this would be surrounded by his family. I guess maybe he remembered the diagram that the serial killer family, maybe he really didn't make this and his dad made this. I have no idea. I didn't really get a chance to listen to this whole story from beginning to end to understand it more. But I hope y'all can help me understand a few things along the way, because there's certain things that just don't add up to me or make any sense. But a lot of the stuff he says makes him weird and seems like he could definitely be some type of serial killer. It's just throwing me off.
The game of Chutes and Ladders comes from the English version of the game, which is called Snakes and Ladders. And Snakes and Ladders comes from an ancient game in India.
Pope says, Juice, listen to his voice deflections. He's trying He's so trying not to find humor, but he almost holds back that he enjoys oversharing. Okay, all right, we'll keep an eye on that. We will keep an eye on that for sure. I think I'm kind of seeing that as well, though. Just I think he's saying she's a sacrifice. I like that. I like that. Good. Hey, you might be right. You might just be right. I mean, that makes sense too. It sounds real logical pertaining to the story that he's presenting right now. Can someone highlight to Juice that summary? What summary exactly, though? What you had just said, or you referring to something else? He may be switching personalities. Hyper Kimberly says during the interview. It's a possibility. It seems like he's keeping the same character, I guess, along the way. I think he gets frustrated at one point because Sleuth doesn't want to continue the interview. He said he gives him about 10 minutes, but I think he goes on for like 20, 30 more minutes. But I think he wanted to just do this all at once. But I think he had the idea that Sleuth wasn't going to give him the time of day to do the whole entire thing, because he did mention that he wanted to, he hopes that they talk again. So maybe ideally he knew he wasn't going to be able to get through it all. Or he just had an obsession with Sleuth and he just wanted to really be Sleuth's friend. And that's the vibe that I'm getting. Remember, I think he mentions that he's bisexual. So is Sleuth intuition his type?
Yeah. And I don't remember the name of that, but that's where it all originates. And the thing is, I never played it. I like I just said, we did not play board games. It's been described as a game of morality, where I guess ladders equal good deeds, and tell me if I'm wrong. Ladders equal good deeds, and snakes equals like you've done something bad and you get punished for it, right? Is that?
I'm sorry, real Nancy. I'm just
as far as my
we're just speculating.
Set again. You keep reminding me of all that stuff.
Yeah.
The snake.
Yeah. Well, actually, all this
trying to waste
ties
anybody's
together,
time
and
here.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to piece it together where it makes sense, but hopefully I will. What this Burger Chef cipher is?
Hey, good night, Shannon. Thanks for tuning in.
It's based on. It's a black mass. It's a mocking of Christianity on one hand, but on the other hand, it's it's based upon the game of Chutes and Ladders, and the word "yo" can be compared to the snakes. Okay, so it's the threat of death, And
I think we're gonna skip this up a little bit if we're gonna have a little time to watch Nancy. I'm not gonna listen to the whole entire thing, guys. There's just some things I wanted to point out. You can find this on Sleuth Intuition's channel. He's the one who discovered it. He's the one doing the interview. But we'll just kind of skip through here. I don't know what point in the video he talks about Nancy. It shares a couple little details that somebody was mentioning in the chat. I was hoping I could stumble across that, but I don't see it. And I think also I remember one point in time he's saying that he and Savannah, I think he was saying he and Savannah have the same birthday, but we went over that when we were at Nancy's a couple days ago or yesterday. And it turns out he doesn't have the same birthday of neither one. I think Nancy's birthday is like January 27th or somewhere around there. And then I can't remember when Savannah's birthday is, but all their birthdays are in completely different months. So they definitely don't have the same birthday at all. So if he said that, from what I can remember, he lied on that part. So it could be all bogus, guys. It definitely could. I'm not trying to waste anyone's time here. I know some people are like, man, it's not him, man. Stop trying to. I don't want to throw Richard under the bus, but I mean, I'm just giving my speculation and thoughts on what I believe and what I may, just think at this point in time, really. it's the closest thing to the perp. It's the closest looking person to the perp. And ideally, with the story that was presented to Sleuth and us, I mean, I'm not gonna just overlook it. You know, I'm not gonna just overlook this because it's very interesting. It's super off. There is a good chance that this guy could be the guy, and I could be wrong.
What you'll see is you'll see a lot of the Y-O's. Is the more you look, the more you'll see the Y's and the O's lining up. Well, these people are sadistic, and they
Right.
don't give
He asked for
specific
it.
dates. Like if they only gave 4 dates, then it would be easy to figure out. Like this, you know. By the way, I don't know if I mentioned the other day that one of the purposes of the Burger Chef is it serves as a forecast for murder for 4 particular
Hey, Joe, how's this
individuals.
possible? I've thought that for the
And
longest.
those 4
That's
people
black magic
are
too, right?
I
Like kind of warning your victims.
I don't want to skip the part on accident where he talks about Nancy, but I really wanted to. Find that particular part, so I'm gonna skip up just a little bit here because I think he goes over the
into
letters
rope.
here.
Well, that pylon in that
Let's go
area, and the person that raised me, Dick, was probably like ranked right below him or leader. All of this where it says our paw is the 9th column from top to bottom, and that's why they selected that, because their leadership is formed in the council of 9, and they also have something called the 9 angles, which I'm terribly I have a deficit as far as my knowledge of the angles, the 9 angles, but I do know that the council of 9 is what they call their leadership, their leadership branch, and that is leadership of the pylon. So I don't know if it sounds like you're following along, but that 9 in the center goes along with the council of 9, but also a lot of times in the diagrams for Satanism, they have the 9 angles, but in addition to the number, the 666, they will often substitute a number 9 in the middle there. So the number 6 and 9 are very satanic when paired together, you know?
Because they can be inverted, I'm assuming.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you. You get all this. So in that line, moving downward,
This is all cult
it says
stuff?
we kill for our paw. The next letter is 0. It says 0 God, right? So what they're saying is there is no God. Okay. You get what I'm saying?
I'm following you.
So from here, I want to point out the letters that represent Nancy Guthrie.
I almost feel like that Sleuth wasn't following the entire time. I mean, because it's a lot to it's a lot to gather. Like, it's a lot of information to take in, you know? So I almost felt like Sleuth wasn't following the entire time. I mean, I wasn't. I fell asleep the first time. I mean, and that was in part 1. But I think that it's one of those things where you got to go back and re-listen to it. It definitely is. Speaking of cults, I think A57 stopped by a cult the other day, and they were acting really, really, really weird with him at the cult that he visited. I don't know if that Richard's a part of this community. I don't think so. But I know that 857 took a visit over there, and they were acting really odd. Not only that, he got pulled over right after. So check that out if you get a chance on 857's channel. He did go somewhere. I think it was right outside of Rio Rico. Somebody just mentioned that they thought the perp was in Mexico. So I mean, hey, and that's right outside of the border, I believe. So who knows? But it was a real odd interaction that 857 had. Not to steer you guys in the wrong direction. They've got a big old like dome looking thing. I know nothing about Colts. I've never dealt with any of those. The guy did look fairly odd looking, and I hate to be judgmental, but he did go out there to try to leave a flyer and make contact with these folks. So check that out if you guys get a chance. But back to Richard, though. Back to Mr. Richard. Yeah, I did want to share that, so thanks for bringing that up, because I you know, I thought that was interesting that 857 went out there and got pulled over about his tail light. I mean, you usually don't get pulled over for stuff like that, but since the police were called, of course, they needed to make contact. By the way, it was broad daylight, so you're not going to know a tail light is out, guys, just to put it out there. Now, opposed to a brake light, you're going to know that a brake light is out. But if a sheriff is passing you and you're going like this, you know, a sheriff's passing you, you're going, you know, this direction. You're not going to know if their tail light is out unless his lights are on. Your lights are not going to be on in the daytime. And you're not going to know if a tail light is out unless you're behind somebody, or a brake light, I'm sorry. That's the only way you'll know if a brake light is out, unless you're behind them and they stop. You know? But if it's your tail light and it's broad daylight, you can't tell me my tail light is out, because my tail lights aren't going to be on during the day. Nobody thought about that, though. Could be wrong, though. Maybe it was his brake light. Maybe it was the brake light.
Address. So the N right there to the right, you're almost there. Just fifth one down. That N represents the
T-Slide,
5
thanks for tuning
in
in, by the way.
Nancy's
Appreciate that.
address.
You have a good morning.
The G
I was actually saying
that you were
good night.
just at in God
Sorry.
represents the 8
My apology. Make me some, you having some coffee? I'll take one, too.
in Nancy's address. Now, right there, before we move down, do you see what line 4 down says? All of LIGOD, right? Well, I have to show you. He's broken out the word ligature. If you can highlight, well, I don't know. I don't want to confuse the numbers, but you see the LIG right there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he has spelled it phonetically. It's not spelled correctly. It's spelled by the way it sounds, which is phonetically, right? The sure, IGOD, right? Well, I have to show you. He's broken out the word ligature. If you can highlight, well, I don't know. I don't want to confuse the numbers, but you see the LIG right there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he has spelled it phonetically. It's not spelled correctly. It's spelled by the way it sounds, which is phonetically, right?
Mm-hmm.
So LIG goes down to 2 lines down. Do you see the GIT? Further down, Patrick. Yeah, right there. So that's the second syllable of the word ligature. And then right below that, the letters UAR are the final letters of the word ligature. Now, if you don't believe me, let's read together lines 5 down.
1,
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5 down.
3, 4, 5.
It says, I die, which is another form of saying I'm going to kill you. Yo, well, I've explained what yo means, which means I'm going to kill you. I tie into rope. Well, that N there represents Nancy, because we're going by her address in this description, 5 being the first number of her address. So what he's saying is, I tie Nancy into rope, okay? And the number 2 on the right, see the II? That indicates that she is the second victim. My best friend, Nestor Gillen, was the first victim in this
right
in this whole debacle. So I think we've traced out the word ligature right there. Well, the last thing I want to point out is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on line 6 down.
One,
You see to the
two,
right of
three, four,
the
five,
syllable
six.
GIT. That right there, the IOISPL is the one-on-one special is what it's supposed to mean. So all of this together means Nancy is in the middle of the rope there. She's being ligature tortured. She gets the one-on-one special is what they call it, okay? Ligature torture special. Is that making sense to you?
Ligature
I'm following it.
torture special.
And if you're not believing me,
Does anyone know what a ligature torture special means? Because I really have the slightest clue what a ligature torture special means. I guess I'm just not that intelligent.
ligature tortured, she gets the one-on-one special is what they call it, okay? Ligature torture special. Is that making sense to you?
Special.
I'm following it.
And if you're not believing me, just look at how rope is placed right above one-on-one special. Not to mention the word ligature spaced on these 3 lines. So it's all describing their favorite form of torture, which is ligature torture. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but that's
It's like bondage.
Well, they can torture any part of the body, but usually what it's focused on is the airway. They'll use what's called a garrote, or is a French word. I think that's how you say it. Garrote or garrote. I don't.
String. Yeah, garrote.
Yeah. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's garrote. I don't know the pronunciation, but
rope and a stick, and you just keep kind of twisting it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Well, what I believe is that they were waiting for Nancy when she got home from dinner that night. They had surveilled her for many weeks, maybe months at this point. And like I told you the other day, these people are as sadistic as it gets. And one of my I'll just call him my father. One of my father's favorite sayings was, I'm going to get my money's worth, and or you better get your money's worth. And now only now in recent years did I figure out, that he's a sadistic serial killer. But if you have something planned out for 6 or 10 years in advance, this Cipher came out in September of 2019. If you plan something out that long, do you think a sadist is just going to break in there and do something really quick and get out of there? There's a reason that they picked that location, and one of the reasons is it's isolated, and I'm sure they knew how to get in and had everything set up way ahead of time.
So he says, I'm sure they knew how to get in and they had things set up way ahead of time.
It's isolated, and I'm sure they knew how to get in and had everything set up way ahead of time. And I can't.
Political? Was anything political about this, or was it just specifically because she was high profile in her faith?
It's political also. How do I explain this? My father, I hate saying that, but I just have to, my brain just defaults to the, I can call him Dick too, though, I guess. Dick did something really horrific and earth shattering he was ordered to do it for the FBI way back in 1963. And if I told you without showing you it's all laid out in the Scorpion Cipher, like undeniably, like with visuals in the Scorpion Cipher of him shooting this person. Without that,
Wow. So Lisa Richards says that he said that his friend was the first and Nancy was the second to be unalived. And she went on to say that that's only 2 people. How is that history of being a serial killer? Did he kill both of them? Good question. Good question. What does it really take to be considered a serial killer? But not just a serial killer, but having like history of it. You know, because the way he described his dad had been doing this, like building his way up. You know, he was trying to climb the ranks for wherever this was, you know, whoever he was trying to prove this to. How is he a serial killer if he only killed 2 people? Yeah, I don't get it either.
I don't know if I want to get into it too much, but hopefully we can talk at another point, and I can show you in the Scorpion Cipher what I'm talking about.
So hold on. The one particular thing that I've noticed this entire time while we're listening to Richard is that makes it even more scary to me is, and I think other people would argue differently, because I think some of you guys think that he expresses 2 different personalities during the time of this interview. I feel like it's the same character the same entire time. That's the red flag to me. I feel like when he's talking this entire time, this entire interview, the only emotion that I've seen the entire time, which wasn't really much emotion, you know, some people don't express much emotion when they cry. Some people don't really cry, but he cried. That was the only emotion I've seen or felt like I've heard in the time that he's been talking. Other than that, his sense of humor doesn't really change. It doesn't really change. Like it sounds like he doesn't really have much of a sense of humor, but he tries to make it seem like he kind of does. But seems like there's not much filter to what's going on. You know, he would be hurt by this. If my brother killed someone or killed an old lady, I would be hurt by that. I'd be traumatized. I would express that when I'm talking. I don't hear that this entire interview. Any type of emotion, you know, or any type of sadness toward the situation at all. I think that's a little bit weird to me. You know, and a lot of killers don't really have that. They don't really express much emotion at all, especially when they don't have no filter. But when they do express emotion and they do cry, most killers that cry, they're crying for themselves because they feel bad for their own self. They don't feel bad for the victim. I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but I feel like there's really not much emotion from this guy.
But because he did that, he became a protected asset for both the FBI and the CIA. And before I forget to mention it, I don't want to sound like all of the FBI are bad people, because I used to think a lot in black and white. My family of origin taught me to think all black and white. I think there's a lot of really good-hearted, good-meaning, hardworking people in the FBI, especially at the lower levels, the detectives that work day to day and try to figure things out and get answers for people. But also there has been, in the high leadership, there has been, I don't know if it's a small percentage or a large percentage, but it's a very powerful percentage that has been there for a long time. And I believe that they're into the same thing that Dick is into. They're into Satanism, they're into sadism, and they're into abducting and raping and murdering little children. And I know that that's going to sound really controversial and like a conspiracy theorist or whatever. And I mean, I don't really care. I think that's
so. Just a brief, quick question, guys. For those that have heard the whole story, I know you got to kind of listen to it more than once. But do you ever recall him ever mentioning if more than one person committed this crime? Because I feel like I have my doubts. I go back and forth where I feel like sometimes I feel like one person could have committed this crime all by himself, but a lot of people argue that this wasn't a one-man job. I think a majority of the world believes that it was more than one suspect. Based on a lot of the speculations that I've heard, I think majority of people think that this guy in the video isn't even leading the way here. They think that he's just doing his part with how as far as how the abduction went down. So what do y'all think? Do you think that Richard could have been capable of doing this by himself, or his brother Michael? You know, considering he seems like he's a pretty good build, and very much capable of it just by looking at him. What do you think? You think this guy could have done this by himself? I think he could have, you know. And like I say, I'm gonna keep saying this. When you have high adrenaline, you are much stronger than you are on a regular day. When your adrenaline is flowing, you are 10 times stronger. Not saying that's not saying that, you know, I get it. When you got somebody dead and it's a dead body, the weight feels like it's twice the size of the actual person. But remember, they found oxygen in the blood, which said to everyone that Nancy was alive during the time that they took her. Remember, there was blood on the porch. And with that being said, I think someone sat down and had a conversation with Brian Entent, and he also sat down with News Nation today, and he said he believed that at some point Nancy's head was close to the ground, which to me indicated that Nancy was carried out at some point in time. I think she was carried out. I don't think she doesn't look like a woman that would be willing. And I always try to, you have, when whether it's your mom or your dad that you've grown up around, you usually take some of their characteristics, some of the ways that they act, just certain things that they carry. You carry those. Not everything, but certain things you take from your parents. And one thing I would say, Savannah, because I feel like that. I feel like, if you guys have watched some of Savannah's interviews, if you know some of her background, you know that she made the Epsteins upset at one point in time. Out of the 7 or I don't know how many Epstein survivors that she interviewed. I don't know whether or not they were all survivors either. But I know she made one of them upset from what I heard. Not only that, I watched her interview with Donald Trump, and she's feisty. She can be pretty feisty. Not to say that she gets that from her mom, but that's how I feel. I feel like that Nancy has a feisty side. And I think if someone were to go in Nancy's home, I think she would have not been willing. I don't think that she would have not have put up a fight. I think there's no doubt in my mind that if she was awake during the time that she was abducted, if she even had a chance, she fought. She fought. If somebody was going to take you and you didn't know if you were going to come back or whether or not you were going to die that night, are you going to just let them take you? Put yourself in her shoes. If you were Nancy and somebody came into your house in the middle of the night, put a gun to your head, demanded that you leave with them, tell you that you're coming with them, are you just going to let it be? You're going to just let them walk you to the car and put you in the car? You're going to go? In my house? That just makes me so angry. It just makes me super, super angry. I don't know how many times, people just think we're here to make money. I don't know how many times I sat up here over and over again. And it, even sometimes I dang near cry sometimes. I mean, there's just certain moments and times where I think about this investigation, me doing Instacart, that I just wish I was in the area at the time, or something brought me to the area and I just watched this whole thing unfold, or somebody was there, like, and they got the vehicle, something. Like, I just wish we had something. It's so this is just so bothering to me. I just wish we could figure something out. I wish there was something possible we can do, but that's why we're here, right? That's why we're here. But I mean, this is frustrating. It's just frustrating to me. And it's embarrassing. People don't even want to come to this city anymore because of the way the sheriff department has handled things. They don't even feel like Tucson, Arizona is safe. And I'm a local here, so I know how safe it is here. I know that crime happens in a lot of places, and it's not just here. But to hear that, knowing that I know the police department handles things very well in this city, it's heartbreaking. It's sad. It just hurts my feelings a lot. It really does, and it just really makes me want to just, you know, protest something. Just get Nanos out of there, because he's really making the city look really awful right now. The police department is far more better than what he's making them look like right now. And when I see Matt Haynes talk about him like he does, I feel every bit of it. Every bit. And he understands things a lot more than I do.
It's one of the reasons that this, Nancy's body was put in Rose Canyon Lake. The likelihood that they lied in this cipher is very minimal. They'll lie to people in order to coerce a victim. These people are professional actors, and pretty much everything they do day to day, even the thoughts they have in the like their internal thoughts, they have a very poor or non-existent relationship with the truth. So what I'm trying to say is lying is a natural part of their everyday existence. However, in these ciphers, there is some sort of unspoken, quote unquote, gentleman rule, okay? And it gives me chills as I'm saying it, because that is really a good, that term is apropos. That's a good term to describe this. Never have I seen him lie in the ciphers. The closest I've ever seen him lie in the ciphers was in the Z408, his first cipher ever. He said, "I'm not going to give you my name because you will slow down or stop my collecting of slaves for my afterlife." But at the same time, on the very last line of that cipher, he includes the word T-E-M-E-T. I believe you say Temet. And Temet is the word, it's a Hungarian word that means to inter.
All right, we'll
to
skip this up a little bit. I'm going to skip this up just a little bit because this interview is quite long. You know, another thing is I've spent a lot of time at Nancy's off stream. A lot of the times when I first went there initially, you know, the first time you saw me talking to JLR, when we had the theory with the sign, whether or not the sign in the background when you see the perp was, you know, we thought we saw lights in the background when you see the perp in the video. That point in time I had visited trying to figure out whether or not those were car lights or not. I've visited so many times without streaming or, you know, going live or even recording. But I think people think we're there to just make revenue from the case and whatnot. But I'm not. I can't speak for anybody else. But I've tried to try to figure little things out that might help. Not that I'm going to break the case myself, but just little things like that are things that we need to know, because we don't have a lot of things. Still no signs of forced entry. Is from what I heard, they haven't proved. You know, we don't have a body. We don't have a suspect. We have nothing. We have nothing. And I always say it. I think that the help that we're going to get, if we're going to crack this case, is going to come from somebody in the public, somebody that comes forward. But I'm still not going to overlook the fact that I right now, I think, because my theory could change tomorrow. Right now, that I think that Richard is the closest thing. He's our possible suspect. Even though his story might not check out, if it does, you know, maybe he does really have a brother, and maybe really it is his brother and it's not him. But I think Richard's talking about himself.
What do you think that stands for? That's Nancy Guthrie being put into the lake, okay?
All right, so let's go back. This is an interesting part right here.
Lagos, which in Spanish is the word for lake, begins on the left-hand side with the word, as much as I can in here. I know. How much time do we have, Patrick?
Probably about 8 minutes.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is an interesting part right here. We'll check this part out. It's kind of where he talks about Nancy a little bit more. I like that comment, Wanda. She says, get a scuba gear, go explore, and don't say anything about it when you do it. Yeah, because you'll probably get in trouble with Rose Canyon for that, she says. And it's surprised about and surprised about it because he will have someone else watching you that came out of the mouth of a different person. Yeah. And you never know, like Sleuth thought, you know, he thought he was there when he went there. But I keep telling everybody, he actually scheduled the stream, so that obviously would be a reason why Richard would have known that Sleuth went down there if he really saw Richard. So yeah, I mean, definitely don't want to tell anybody if you're going to try to go, you know, figure out if there's a body under there. If you do go scuba diving, I'm not a big water person, so you probably never see me in the water, especially 44 deep. Not knowing what's in that lake. I don't know if they have crocodiles. I don't think we have those in Arizona, but I'm not going to take the risk. And I don't know what else might be down there either. But it would definitely be nice to get some professionals down there. And I don't think it would hurt the, you know, FBI or some type of investigator or law enforcement to go and look. Just go look, make sure. A camera from a fishing pole is not going to cut it. We appreciate Sleuth's efforts in trying to do that, but that's not, it's too dark. It's just too dark down there. And I think, just human sight is going to be the best solution, and physical touch if someone were to go down there. So it would just be nice to, you know, do something. I mean, we're waiting on DNA right now, and I guess they're working on tips, but somebody could order this and just look. We're trying to do everything possible to find Nancy, right? So I think if the law enforcement is trying to do that, they shouldn't overlook this. And I don't think it would be very difficult if they cared enough. I don't think it would be very difficult for them to just send someone down there in the first place.
Well, along that left edge right there, on the lower left, do you see the words KNYONN?
AJ says, record everything all the time, read up on AZ statutes, and list the relevant ones out to the cops and ask them, what crime have you done? Interesting. Okay. I like that. Good idea. Wanda says, oh, I can get authorities to do it. I'm working with it because I said long time ago that Nanos is squirrel and he owes money to sharks. Interesting. It would be nice. It would definitely be nice if we can make that happen for sure, because that would be closure to this whole thing that's going on. But I don't think a lot of people are buying it, so I guess nothing's going on. I think a lot of people aren't talking about Richard Nolette, because I've noticed a lot of the bigger platforms haven't brought him up really at all. So, I mean, and I get it. They probably don't want to put us on another, they don't want to put us in another, rabbit hole. I think a lot of these bigger platforms are playing it safe informational wise as far as what they put out there and cover based on the case, because there's already been enough distractions that led up to dead ends. So that could be why.
It's all you see KYNON. Basically, those letters make the word canyon. Okay.
Oh, right here, KNY.
Yeah, KNYON.
Right here.
Yeah, and with the O and the N below too.
Sorry, that's about the last time I'm gonna stop it. I see a comment in the chat that I don't know, because someone said that Nanos and Tommaso are gambling buddies. I really haven't been able to prove that that's a fact. I've heard people say that, but I don't know if you guys could give me something that way I could go look to prove that, or you got a picture of Tommaso and Nanos together, because I've also heard other things as well, not just that they are gambling buddies. So let me know if you guys have details on whether or not, just something that may prove that they're, actually gambling buddies, because I really don't think that might be true. By the way, shout out to everybody who subscribed to the channel. I appreciate you subscribing to the channel. If you haven't thumbs up the video, please give the video a like. Let's try to get this thing, where we at right now, likewise, for the video, just real quick before we listen to the rest of this part of this video. I can't tell. I don't see the thing here. I think we are currently, it doesn't tell me the exact number, 300 likes. We'll try to get it to 400 likes maybe. Hopefully we'll get to 400 likes, maybe 5 if we're lucky. But it looks like we're currently at 302 likes. So like the video if you haven't. Shouts to those who have liked it already though. JStar says he has been proven all the streamers are watched, even when not streaming. Go to where Tommaso goes to gamble. I just, where's that? Like, Google that? Because I don't know who figured that out or who started saying that, and a lot of people believe that Tommaso and Nanos are buddies, but I don't know where they got that information from. But if you can send me some pictures, that would be dope. I would definitely check them out for sure. But anyway, let me dive into the rest of this, because we're running out of time here. It's getting fairly early. It's 4:30 in the morning. Maybe we'll just pull an all-nighter and not even go to sleep today.
Yeah, thank you.
But I'm going to try to make it to Nancy's later on today, so I'll see y'all there if I make it. And I'll post on my X if I do go for sure. If I don't, then I'll obviously say that too.
Okay. Lines, that goes along with line 7 up. Line 7 up begins on the left-hand side with the word LAOS. Okay, so what we have to do here, first of all, line 7 up equals line 14 down. They're both that LAOS, that whole line equals 7 up and 14 down. So that equates to the letters N and G, which is Nancy Guthrie. Okay. What we're supposed to do on this line, though, is substitute letters N and G at certain places, which change the spelling of these first two words. We insert the letter G right after LA. That becomes the word lagos, which in Spanish is the word for lake. Okay?
Gotcha. And we already
Now
have
moving-
a mile marker.
Yeah. Now moving over to the right, MTS becomes mountains. Okay. So seeing that we literally had to put those letters in, the N and the G, what do you think that stands for? That's Nancy Guthrie being put into the lake. Okay. Now, the word rose is more difficult to find, but it's linked right in here. Do you see the R on line 6 up? It's the third one, right? You're close to it. It's, yeah, right there. There's a R. Well, that's at position 6-3. It's 6 up and 3 in from left to right.
Hey, Christmas,
And
so
the
thanks for
reason
subscribing to the channel. Much
it's
love.
like that is, well, to be honest with you, it's two different reasons. It goes back to a political statement, that this whole thing is also a political statement. That horrible thing that he did for, he actually did it for the FBI and for J. Edgar Hoover in 1963. He's making a statement here by putting the R on that position, to be completely honest with you. But it's also tied to the distance between, it's an inversion of the distance between Nancy Guthrie's front door and Rose Canyon Lake. There's 36.6 miles from Nancy Guthrie's front door to the Rose Canyon Lake.
So this is the part where he says 36.6, 36.6, or this is 36.36 something. I don't know, but he's right on point with it.
And what he's miles
it's
front
literally
door,
the exact amount of time that it takes to get from Nancy's house to Rose Canyon Lake. And I thought that was interesting, although he could have just easily Googled it. That's something that, we could easily overlook due to the fact that you can just check anyways.
But it's also tied to the distance between, it's an inversion of the distance between Nancy Guthrie's front door and Rose Canyon Lake. There's 36.6 miles from Nancy Guthrie's front door to the Rose Canyon Lake. And what he's done here is flip those in like an Alice in Wonderland type of, do you see what I'm saying? He's flipped things. So he's done that, but also without getting into it, it's also a political statement going back to what he did in 1963. He was promised that he would live life in luxury and have the riches of a king. And what he ended up actually having to do was to start working at Mare Island as a lowly laborer. And there's no disrespect in that, like when you're young, you have to start from the bottom, but he was promised, he did something horrible, and he was promised a lot of big things that never came through. So he hates the FBI, he hates the government, he hates humanity, to be honest with you. But this is a political statement, and so that's one of the reasons that's at position 6-3. It relates to 1963.
The weird thing is, the first time I looked this up, it said it was 36.6. Now it's saying 36.5.
Between Nancy's front door and Rose Canyon Lake. And also, before I forget to mention it, the number 36 it's still I hate sharing this with so many people. It's still my favorite number because my father taught me that Dick taught me how special the number 36 was. And even though I know why he taught me that now, you can't really change your favorite number, it doesn't hold, to me, it's not my favorite number because it holds satanic significance, but that's why it's important to him, because it breaks down into, it's divisible by 6 times 6. And in this case, they saw something auspicious because there's the number 36 with a remainder of 0.6, plus the lake is supposedly 6 acres in size. So with all these sixes, it appealed to their, I don't know what the proper term is, but they have real affinity. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, numbers and intersections and dates and anniversaries and everything related to numbers is very important to them. But I think I better finish this, especially for running out of time. The letters O and S on the line above are at positions 7, 3, and 7, 4. And 7, 4 is obviously July 4th, which is the Independence Day. And I don't know if they have something secretly planned to, like, I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to blow something big up, because two things that they're really into are man that raised me, my father, and his brother, who is a computer genius and works in the NSA. His brother is, according to the Scorpion Cipher, I better preface that because I don't know anything. I don't know this to be a fact, but everything is outlined in the Scorpion Cipher. And Scorpion Cipher claims that Philip Nolette, my man I called my uncle from Prattville, Alabama, was the man who created the bomb that took down Lockerbie Flight 103 at the end of December of 1988. And my brother, the guy at the Porch, that they call Porch guy, Mike Nolette, would have only been 14 years old or something like that at the time.
Mike Nolette.
According to the Scorpion Cipher, my mother and my younger brother are the people that put the bomb on the plane. So according to the cipher, my uncle Philip is the one that built it, and so in this cipher you cannot see it, and it took me forever to figure out, but there's a diagram of an actual plane, according to all the important coordinates related to that story. There's a literal diagram hidden of a plane in this puzzle. So I'm getting off topic though. There was a point I was sharing that. Oh, I guess the point I got off topic. I apologize for that. We were on position 7-4, which is the S in ROS. That stands for the 4th of July. And I believe that they may have something major in store for the 4th of July of this year, because it's the 250th anniversary, I believe. And this year falls on a satanic number, which I think I shared before, with it being the year ends in 6. So June 6th of 2026 equals 666. So it's an auspicious time, auspicious year. Plus, shortly thereafter will be the 250th celebration. I would not be surprised if they have something very, very, very horrible lined up. But before I forget to mention it, to complete the spelling of rose, we go to the same position over on the right side. Do you see the E right there, the E74?
Sleeper cells? Yeah, definitely. This is hard to follow. It's tough to follow. It's a long following of a conversation for sure. We're about to end it here as far as this video here, because I wanted to play a little bit of Nancy Grace, because they talk about they talk about several things, but she had a conversation with CeCe Moore that I wanted to play before I get off here this morning. So we won't spend too much more time on this video here. Like I said, if you guys want to watch this and listen to this just to kind of get more an idea of what this guy's talking about and stuff, check it out through Sleuth Intuition's channel.
So that's position 7-4. That's the E. That completes the spelling of rose. So there you have it all, commingled together. You have canyon, you have rose, and you have the lake. Rose Canyon Lake is all right there for you. And once again, line line 4, where the words hack sack are, correspond to the exit at mile marker 17.1. That's the exit that you take to get to Rose Canyon Lake. And one
Yeah,
thing
it's
I'd like to
possible,
finish
T-Flick.
before I
possible.
forget too, the spelling of Mike's name is right in here. I want to show you the spelling of our last name and Mike's initials. Okay, Mike was born on the 23rd of August of 2000 sorry, I don't do things well when I have to move fast. 1974.
I think he cut out
Or
on
August 23rd. Top right, the second row down, you see the M? Yeah, right there, that M. And then the W below it. Those are numbers 2 and 3. Michael's first name is obviously Michael. His second initial is W for William. So that's Michael William. Now, the spelling of the last name begins once again where Nancy's down to the lower left. The same N-O where Nancy's body is at the lower left, down at the bottom, down at the very bottom on the left. Yeah, the N and the O right there. That begins the spelling of the name Nolette. So he is saying I-yo. Do you see how those letters are all linked? I-yo N on 2/1, which is February 1st. So I killed Nancy on February 1st, but he's also giving his name, and the spelling begins, the Nolette spelling begins right there. It's N-O. Then we continue up to the third line down on the very top. There's right there to the right, L-E-T-T, right? L-E-T-T, yeah, thank you. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And by the way, that corresponds with the number 36, by the way, once again, because it's the third line down and 6 over 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that corresponds once again with the 36, which breaks down to the 6 and the 6, you know. The spelling of the name is completed down at
really,
position
really
7-4 once again. 7-4 on the right hand side, right on the right hand, yeah, to the right side. You see the T. It's a repetition of the TT, but that is supposed to be the completion of the name, TTE. E being at position 7-4 because once again, this is a political statement, and it's basically, sorry, I hate to swear here, Patrick, at the end, but it's basically saying, fuck this country, fuck the FBI, we're going to do what we want. And the 7-4 ties to Independence Day. Okay. It's like he hates the FBI. He hates the country. He hates the hypocrisy of politicians. And especially it all goes back to what he was promised, and none of it was delivered, you know? And by the way, before I forget to mention, you saw the cartoon on the Burger Chef, how there was a couple different characters standing there.
Yeah, let me pull it
up. The point I want to make with that is this whole operation has a chef, and the head chef is a man who's going to be 84 years old. That's the man I called Dad, Dick. Okay, even though the initials on the hat are my brother's initials. They say it says MN on the hat. By the way, you see that? I mean, you could take that as an H, but he tries to hide everything. He's really devious, deceptive, as cunning as you can imagine, more cunning than you'll ever imagine. But that N with the long tail on the that makes it look like an H what that goes back to is
I'm trying to get to the specific part where he says that somebody has the same birthday as Nancy. I don't know where that part is at in the video, but there's a one excuse me, there's a one specific part where he says that someone has the same birthday as Nancy, and I don't know if he said that he does or his brother does, or one of them have the same birthday as Savannah. Can't remember exactly, but I think that part is coming up.
if you research the Zodiac history, he signed his initials on this. He wrote a little morbid poem down at a place called Riverside Community College, and that's where he probably killed a girl named Sherry Jo Bates down there. But around the same time, he wrote this morbid little poem about like killing a woman, and he wrote it on one of the wooden desks, but he signed it with the letters R-N, but it had a long tail like that, so it makes it look like R-H. So everybody has always thought like, oh, that's R-H. In reality, it's just an N with a long tail. And anyhow, MN, I can't help but think that means my brother Mike's initials, MN. But what's ironic here is my father Dick is the one that's always been overweight, and wears glasses, so that would more resemble him. But I got off topic. What I wanted to say about this whole thing is, I think when they designed this whole thing, I really am wondering if the man that
I have no idea where he got this whole thing here. I don't know if this is really a thing or it's really true. But guys, this story is crazy. This story is just crazy. I don't know how you come up with this in a short amount of time.
My dad, Dick Nolette, I think he wanted this to be his last hurrah, and I tend to think he wanted to get caught, or knew he was going to get caught in this, because he finally wants everybody to, like, what's the saying these days, to get your flowers, or like he wants his recognition finally, because he's lived a life of evil, and he's always been torn though. Like, a part of him loves keeping everything a mystery. He loves being the creator of all of these unsolved mysteries. But I think now at the age of 84, supposedly he's not in the best of health. So
remember, he's mentioning his father as well. I think he just said his father is 84 and he's not in the best of health. So that would mean that his father is still around. I think some of us questioned whether or not his father was dead, but I think that's who he's referring to. I could be wrong, though. I couldn't be wrong.
I think he may have set my brother up, my brother and my nephew, for a major fall here, just in order to get his quote unquote credit, you know. But I know following along with those numbers, you did a really good job, by the way, Patrick, but
Thanks.
You're welcome. But it looks like it doesn't look like it's much, but those are where the answers are to be found, and I firmly believe in all these. Like, it took me forever to piece all this together, and all of the alignments line up. Like, even if you go back to just the word hacksack and its alignment with the position 4-2, which is 1942, Nancy's year of birth, and also it doubles as the exit on Mount Lemmon on the I guess they call it the Coronado Highway. So he loves to do that. He loves to either use one symbol that can represent up to 12 different things, or even one symbol that represents two different things. In this case, the K.
Hey, Ocean Wave, shout out Dallas.
Obviously,
Thanks
it represents hacksack when spelled backwards. Well, he's not going to make anything easy though. You have to understand, like, these are not the correct spellings of the word. It's just I think the word is phonetic. It's just the way he's spelling it, the way that the word is sounded out like a child might spell it, you know. But yeah, 1942 at exit 17.1, and these are all coordinates for dates and for geographic location.
Right, Earl. Yeah, couldn't agree more. Earl James says at the beginning he mentioned seeing Nancy and her dog. That dog would have been in December. That would have been in December because remember they said that Nancy lost her dog in December, correct? And he said before that would, obviously be before her dog died. He had been watching her since then. And I again, we all have our speculations, but a lot of us, I think, believe that, this person, it was staged, because we've all learned that this suspect has been there multiple times. Because at one point we see the suspect appear without the backpack, and then at one other point they, which is a surveillance video, he has the backpack on. So yeah, I mean that definitely was kind of weird because why would you know? I looked myself and I didn't look recently, but in the beginning of time when I learned that Nancy had a dog, I made sure I looked to see if I could find that dog, and I didn't find any dog. I didn't see any pictures that showed Nancy and the dog. I just haven't found it. So if you find one, let me know. I'll be glad to go look at it. But no dog seen for me.
Well, hopefully we can get somebody to take it seriously.
Yeah, but what I was going to say before, Patrick, is I'm 100% sure that this is where they put her body, but I'm not so. I'm much less than optimistic as far as I don't think the authorities want Nancy to be found, and they don't want this to be true because another thing, if what I believe is true, I think the man I call father, my father, Dick, I think he wants this to be a public exposure of the FBI and how corrupt, like all of the things that the FBI have turned a blind eye to as far as his behavior for decades. And anyhow, the FBI is in complete control because whatever the FBI says obviously goes,
Yeah, they've been picking and choosing as long as I was a kid.
Yeah, and if they're
Facts.
If some of those people that were there, like going back to 1963, if they're still there or their relatives, how so much of the political system is, what do you call it when you put your family member in there?
Is it nihilism?
I don't think so. It's another word.
Nepotism.
Yeah, thank you. Nepotism. Yeah. So, I mean, who knows? I know the same people that were there in 1963. Most of them have probably died, or they're not. It's unlikely that they're still around. But their relatives might be in there, and they, if it's true in my family that there's such a strong connection to Satanism, maybe the same is true of the leadership of the FBI. And once again, I don't want to sound like a total conspiracy theorist because I know there's a lot of good people in the FBI, and there's a lot of good people, and there's a lot of, I think there's a lot of really evil people, I guess is the best word,
Pure evil.
Yeah, purely evil. I mean, if they are, I have no proof of it, but if they allowed, my father, hate keeping to call him that, but it just hasn't clicked in my mind. I don't know. Other than calling him Dick, I don't know what the better word for it would be, but anyhow, if they allowed him to do that for so many decades, I just believe that there's a group in there that aren't just turning a blind eye, but they're probably equal participants in that kind of thing,
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, you tell
by
on
the
me,
way,
I'll tell on you.
yeah, exactly. By the way, I'm just thinking, like, does this help my odds of surviving?
Right. You remember that interview that Brian Ensign had? Thanks for bringing that up, for Cat Bomb. And I think that that person that he interviewed did mention the fact that they did say that Nancy's dog was black. So like, it's just like, how would he know this if he hasn't visited the place, other times? How in the hell would he know whether or not that, Nancy had a dog, or what it looked like? He even described the kind of dog in the beginning. He's like, I don't know if this is what they call the dog, but he called it like he said a black poodle, but then he also described it in another way as well, I believe. But how do you know this? We don't even know any of that. And if that's correct, I would only hope that one of the family members may have seen this video with Sloot's intuition. I don't know. But I think if that's the case and he's correct, they got to look at this. They cannot overlook this. That's the one thing right there that probably would be one of the biggest flags in this interview, is him knowing exactly what type of dog she has, if they're aware that most of us don't even know what Nancy's dog looks like.
Or does this make me a target in a bunch of other people's eyes? But
Well, there's
I don't
people
know.
in the chat that think you might be the guy, and then there's some people that are probably trying to make contact with Mike, and tell him like, "Hey, your brother is giving interviews and talking about you," trying to stir the nest.
I really don't care. Especially I don't.
It's funny to me that he says he doesn't care that the people think that he might be the guy. But in the beginning, I think in part one, he mentioned the fact that he was very nervous that, FBI may show up at his door after this interview. So if you care, and I think at that point, when he said that just now, to me, is him pretty much contradicting himself. And I think he's done that multiple times with different things in this interview anyways.
And tell him like, "Hey, your brother is giving interviews and talking about you," trying to stir the nest.
I really don't care. Especially I don't care about Dick. If Dick wants to sue me for libel, it's pretty hard for a quote unquote dead man to come and sue somebody for libel. You're supposed to be dead,
Yeah.
But that sounds especially weird when I try to describe that whole part of it, Patrick. Is there's the only way I found out about him still being alive is the two Mikes, Mike and his son, have a Harley Davidson video. They have a channel on YouTube called Dyna Mike 97.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay, cool. Well, two things you should check out is there's the last title of their last video right before they killed Nancy is entitled Trace Pendejos on the Prowl, which I find really ironic. Like, it basically means three fuckers on the prowl, okay? And I believe that three people murdered Nancy Guthrie. So
so he does say, so he thinks it's three people. So he did say that it was more than just his brother. Because remember, he's saying it's his brother who did it. But he also mentions that there are other people involved. So who are those people, if it's true?
And I believe that three people murdered Nancy Guthrie. So Trace Pendejos on the Prowl, which I find really ironic. Like, it basically means three fuckers on the prowl, okay? And I believe that three people murdered Nancy Guthrie. So it's that right there is, at the very least, it doesn't prove anything, but don't you think it's ironic, the timing of it? And I don't know.
Yeah, it is interesting. Especially with the Mexico stuff and the comments about Mexico and the ransom being tied to Mexico.
Yeah. Well, thank you for lining that up too, because that didn't click for me right away. They're trying to definitely change the direction of. They're trying to blame it on a Hispanic male, like I told you the other day. And before I forget to mention it, I do not think that Mike has any tattoos, by the way. And he could have
Okay, so this is interesting right here, guys. I had to bring this up while he said that, because remember, he just said that he doesn't believe that Mike has any tattoos. Now remember, Monk's Intrigue did a video the other day, and he said that he doesn't believe that the perp has any tattoos. Although we think that Richard is referring to himself when he says Michael. Remember, Monk's Intrigue brought it up, and he says he doesn't believe that the perp had any tattoos. And for a moment, I thought the same thing, because the glove, obviously when you put gloves on, like hospital gloves, the ones they use in the hospital, they, have a bunch of creases in them. And so you could easily mistake that crease for it being a tattoo. But then they have the AI version, which kind of makes it look a little bit more like a tattoo. But it's questionable because the AI version of the perp doesn't look nothing like the perp in real time or in the picture that we're looking at right here. They look completely different. And I should put up the AI version right now next to the actual perp. But I thought that was interesting. That he brought that up.
On a Hispanic male, like I told you the other day. And before I forget to mention it, I do not think that Mike has any tattoos, by the way. And he could have very easily done one of those temporary tattoos. Mm-hmm. And these people are so cunning, you cannot even begin to imagine. They're capable of things that is beyond even things that are seen in the movie. Okay, like they are. As far as cunning, I don't think it gets any more devious than these people are. And the funny thing is, like my whole family are what do you call it? Have you ever heard of virtue signaling? Mm-hmm. They're experts at that. My father always used to tell everybody what a good man he was. He always was clean shaven, dressed up in suit and tie, and
hiding in plain sight.
Yeah, and always had the gift of gab. And if he wanted you to make a person feel like they were really seen and appreciated, he could make them feel like king of the world. Although now I know it was all fake, it was all manipulation. But Mike is the same way. Very personable, very outgoing, makes friends really easy. And you would never suspect him. He just seems like a down-to-earth, all-American guy, But the one person I'm really thinking about is my Uncle Philip in Prattville, Alabama. He was the last person I would suspect. He's always seemed like his butthole doesn't stink. Sorry for the French, but he's one of the heads of his Catholic church. By the way, we were all went to Catholic church, and I was an altar boy, and that's another story. But talk about putting up a ruse and pretending you're one thing and being a wolf in sheep's clothing, Patrick. Like we were there at church like every weekend. I was at the front serving the host or whatever you call it. I was one of the altar boys, But yeah. Anyhow, going back to my uncle, he's one of the higher ups in the church back there in Prattville, and he's even a member of what do they call that?
A little bit. I think it's almost.
Help me out, Patrick. There's a thing that helps out with charity.
Red Cross.
What is it? Who is my biological father? He was a doctor. He was the head of the little hospital up there. The chief of medicine of the little hospital. I guess it's sort of bigger now, but when they first formed it back in the 60s and 70s. But yeah, they what was it going to say? Was a very attractive, very petite, blue-eyed brunette in the late 60s and early 70s, and I believe that she is the one that lured my biological father to his death.
So his biological father's dead. The guy, I don't know if he's referring to someone else that may be alive, that he doesn't want to call his father. I have no idea. I'm confused on that part. Maybe y'all can enlighten me on that part.
He was a smart man. He wouldn't have gone out there you know how it is. We're men. We have our urges, and he was going through a divorce at the time.
Drop his guard.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I didn't know that that Mike and Dick have killed 4 important people in my life. Though they killed my biological father. They also killed his father solely to get his DNA when DNA was becoming a thing in the late 80s. And the only one of the only entities that could test it would have been the FBI. But he killed my grandfather, whose name was Charles.
And you notice
No,
the way when this guy's talking, the way his word selection is it kind of goes to show how smart of a guy he is. Just the way he articulates some of his words, or just himself in general.
can't remember it. Sorry, Patrick. I do that when I'm stressed and when I'm under the.
No worries.
Why would he be stressed? Why would he be stressed? He didn't do anything wrong. He's just telling on his brother. What would he be stressed for?
To represent the center of a cross. It's supposed to be a cruciform pattern, and from the top down in that 9th line, it tells a story of what they did to Nancy. One of the things I didn't really mention, I guess because I'm a little uncomfortable with it, is in the lower right, the very lower right of the section. You see the word ANALO to the very, very low. I know you. Yeah, right there. You see that? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That right there represents anal rape with ligature torture, and it's abbreviated throughout the cipher simply in 2 letters. It's AO, like you see right there at the on the very lower right. From line 2 to line 1, you see the AO.
Right here.
No, you just passed it. Just go to your very right on the 2nd line up.
Okay.
You see AO. Just vertically to the. If you go to the very right, on the very right side, you'll see the A on the 2nd line up to the very right. 2nd line up.
Second line. Oh, the AO.
Yeah, I think you're getting tired like me, Patrick. That represents the same. That is the abbreviation
second line
of
up, though, so
that whole word
AO.
right there, which is anal rape with ligature torture. So just picture. Unfortunately, this is what they did to me as a child. This is what Dick did to me. He would choke me out to the point of unconsciousness. Rape me, and then I would come to as he was raping me. Does that you understand?
Wait a minute. Did he just say what I think he just said right now? Hold on. I know this is not important, but maybe it is.
Unconsciousness, rape me, and then I would come to as he was raping me. Does that?
Guys, did he? I'm confused. Okay, play that one more time.
Do you understand what I'm talking about? As he was rape me, and then I would come to as he was raping me.
Did he say he would come as he was getting raped? I'm lost for words. I don't even know what to think. I don't really know. I don't know. That's crazy. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand. If you don't want that to happen to you, right? So I don't understand why you would. Never mind.
Does that? Do you understand what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do.
Okay, so you might begin to understand why I'm a little effed up at this point in my life, right?
I mean, you seem okay. You seem like you're dealing with your issues, but
Sloop, don't lie to this man. Do not lie to this man.
Do you understand what I'm talking about?
yes, I do.
Okay. So you might begin to understand why I'm a little effed up at this point in my life, right?
I think you're just trying to make him comfortable, so I understand.
I mean, you seem okay. You seem like you're dealing with your issues, but
Well,
I think that's step number one is acknowledging that you have them.
well, thank you. I do appreciate that. I'm doing the best I can. And I guess I do have a tendency to beat myself up and be hard on myself, but that kind of thing happened many times every week to me. And he started doing things when I don't remember it, but I've come across a drawing that he did of him holding me as a baby, and he's depicted himself as a monster. It's on the Zodiac Cipher's website, by the way. It goes along with this rambling letter that he wrote in 1972, or I think around 1972. Basically, I am sure that he began to at least orally rape me when I was an infant, and all of that continued until at least like very regularly until the time I was about 11 years old. And that's at the heart of the heart of a lot of my continuing struggles. And I just want to state my truth. I don't know. I'll leave it at that. I don't have to beat myself up, right?
No, you don't have to. But something tells me you're going to do it anyway.
I'm getting better, Patrick, but you are right. That's the reason I chuckle. Yeah,
You got to work on it.
Oh, yeah.
He's such a really odd guy. Like, he's really odd.
I'm doing a lot better
We all
than
do.
Yeah, well, it's true. I lost my voice there, but I don't know. I hate being accused of being the serial killer, coming on here for a couple hours and then reading the comments that, yeah, I think that guy, I'm pretty sure he's the one that's doing all this.
Why would you even care about that?
I don't care if I end up in handcuffs for a little bit, as long as I get to, I don't know, sort it out and tell my truth, it would be all right. But
Well, that's what you want, right? You want to be able to sit face to face with the investigators who are involved.
well, yeah, definitely.
That's the thing that got me. Like, he made it seem like, he knew they were going to come to his door, or there was a possibility. And he says that, if he ends up in handcuffs, he's okay with that. Like, I wouldn't be okay with that at all. But he said he was fine with that, and he'd get his opportunity that he claims that he wants to, not only prove his innocence, but prove that he knows exactly what happened at Nancy's house. But if he knows exactly what happened, I mean, he didn't say he knew what happened. He just said that he knew who the guy was, who the Porch guy was.
If I end up in handcuffs for a little bit, as long as I get to, I don't know, sort it out and tell my truth, it would be all right. But
Well, that's what you want, right? You want to be able to sit face to face with the investigators who are involved.
well, yeah, definitely. And I don't know. I think I told you I got close. I was able to speak a couple times with one of the investigators from the detectives from Pima County, but
Can't call Alex right now. It's currently 5 a.m. in the morning, and I got to go to Nancy's later on today. I'm going to try to go to Nancy's later on today. I actually have a good idea that I'm going to do. Not at Nancy's or anything, but it's kind of off topic. But I want to be able to take the phone from here and leave from my house like while I'm on stream and go to Nancy's. And I figured that out finally. I actually want to try that today. We should just drive by Nancy's right now. I could show you guys right now and literally go from the street, like literally just show you my phone camera. Take my phone, turn the camera on, leave home right now, drive to Nancy's, just drive by, just peep the scene. You never know, anything could be possible right now over there. But just to drive by. But we won't do that today. But I might not end up going to bed because it's already 5:30 in the morning, and I do have to work at some point this morning. Yeah, so we might not be getting any rest at all today, which is fine with me. You know, finding Nancy's important. Working on this is important. Every day I get up, I'm taking notes. I'm writing stuff down, thinking about what we could do next, what other ideas I could possibly have. So feel free to shoot me an email if you guys have any ideas that I could do as far as maybe boots on the ground, any places I could look here. I don't think Nancy's here, so I don't find it necessary for me to go searching for Nancy and go boots on the ground. But I do like to go kind of hang out in front of her house, talk about the case, continue to, you know, push this public awareness, try to send a message, try to, you know, let the people know we're not going anywhere. We're not going to let this thing just go under the rug and just fade away, because it feels like that's what they want this to be. They want this to just go away. And it feels like from some of the neighbors, not all of them, were getting that type of vibe too, where they, you know, they feel like they just want to go, you know, they just want to continue with their lives. They just want this thing to just be gone. But we're not bothering any neighbors. We're not hassling any neighbors for interviews. We're not in the neighbor's way. We're not interfering with the neighbors in any way. We're just there because we want our presence to be felt, YouTuber-wise, media-wise, whoever is there to support the case and send a message. Just, you know, it's what you do when you want things to happen. Although we're waiting on things, the DNAs and all this and that, we're not really much. 2 different DNAs that are probably going to amount to nothing, I'm going to be honest. But, I mean, we're here to help. We're not just only sitting in front of Nancy's house. We're doing other things. You know, Alex, you saw Alex. He's also with boots on the ground, searching around in the beginning of this case. What's the guy's name? AJ W AJ or something like that. Shout out to that guy. He's been on the ground every single day, looking around, trying to find anything. Jim Explorer, you know, 857's doing the necessary work. Guys are moving out here. Guys are doing stuff. A lot of people, not a lot, but us YouTubers, most of us YouTubers are the really main only active ones, really trying to dig deeper and trying to figure things out here. No one else is. Not anybody else is. I haven't really, I mean, Brian Intent definitely been one who's probably one of the biggest platforms as far as media, which would be, I believe, News Nation, right? They're the really only ones involved. And locally, only person I've seen to be involved here is KOVA 4 News. That's the only people that have been truly involved besides, you know, the YouTubers. But big platform wise, or, you know, big news medias are kind of just walking away from this thing, or they just took a break from it to wait till the next big thing kind of happens. But I mean, I think this case still deserves some updates from time to time. You know, I think it deserves for people to not give up and continue looking based on everything that's happened in this investigation. It's ugly. It's ugly.
But I don't know. I don't want to completely blame it on him. You notice how I can go from one subject to another, and I got sidetracked, and it was too much for him to believe, because I started mentioning things that are mentioned in the Scorpion Cipher. And the Scorpion Cipher, talk about going from one unbelievable or one unimaginable, thank you to this person that left that comment, by the way. I appreciate that.
Hey, I agree, man. So the Today Show is so sad since Savannah came back. They stopped everything. Makes me so mad. Yeah, it's super sad. It does. I felt like Savannah had a lot more time, man. And Sherry, thanks so much for the $20 super chat. Much love. She says, "Great work, Juice. I appreciate you a lot. Thanks a lot. Thanks for the support." I don't know if it's questionable to some of us if Savannah went back to, you know, the Today Show, and I don't want to throw the family under the rug or anything like that. You know, I don't know what made her make that decision. You know, I just don't know how she took that you know, amongst herself to just kind of pick up and continue on. I think that was a very challenging thing for her to do. She's a strong lady. She has a strong background. You know, obviously she's a journalist. She's got good former experience as a lawyer. She's got a good background on her shoulders for sure. And I think that plays a big role in who she is today. She's definitely a powerful woman. I just wouldn't put that past her at all. I'm not saying her history makes her, you know, make decisions like this, but I mean, it's not easy doing what she did at all. I don't know if she has doubts in her siblings. Something sometimes tells me she has doubts of Tommaso and possibly Annie. Something also tells me that she's not being 100% honest about her and Annie's relationship. And I don't know that. I don't know if, you know, their relationship is strong. But I know the right thing to do as a sibling would be to talk highly of my brothers and sisters. You know, I wouldn't throw them under the rug even if I felt some type of way, especially publicly. So I think rightfully so, she you know, did the right thing as far as talking highly of them. Even if they had issues, it wouldn't be a good idea for her to make the world aware of that. But I also heard that there were some allegations based on, you know, the police, you know, being at Annie and Tommaso's at one point in time. I think, don't quote me on it, but I've heard that, you know, there have been issues, and I don't know who that was with, whether it was Annie and Tommaso having issues or Nancy having issues with somebody, whether it was Annie and Tommaso, I don't know. Because I know, you know, it can't be Savannah having issues with anybody because she doesn't live here. But who knows? I mean, there's a lot of suspicion on Cameron as well. I know that. I'm not someone who believes Cameron's involved, although there is a photo of him here, I believe, on the 2nd. So the day after the abduction, I believe he's in a rental car. I think he took the nearest flight if he wasn't here already. Someone asked a really good question that I don't think we're certain of, and that was if Cameron was there for the night of dinner, and if he wasn't, why wasn't he there? What stopped Cameron from showing up for a birthday party or whoever's birthday it was? Maybe they were celebrating Annie's birthday early, because I believe I'm sorry, not Annie's birthday, Nancy's birthday. Maybe they were celebrating her birthday early, or I'm sorry, late, because remember, Nancy's birthday is January 27th. So she just had a birthday. She went missing on the 1st of February. So she just turned 84 years old, guys. Roughly 4 or 5 days away from being dang near taken on her birthday is mind-blowing to me. Mind-blowing. That's just crazy to me. I didn't even realize that until now. But it says here, based on doing research, that her birthday is January 27th. Oh my God. Just had a birthday. God bless her. I mean, I don't think I'll live to be 84. God bless her. That's a blessing to be on this world 84 years, and still be pretty healthy as well. But the fact that, she just had a birthday is crazy. I mean, I always sit here and think about the story and really deep thoughts. And just reflecting on this story, it's hard not to get emotional. It really is. I said it before. I said, you know what? I think a lot of investigators don't really express too much emotion when they're dealing with cases, and because they're probably used to this. But I'm not gonna lie, when this is all said and done, I'm just gonna warn y'all now, I might be in a lot of tears here. I might be pretty hurt, because this has impacted me in a lot of ways, for sure. Like I said, I'm new to crime. I've not ever done any crime ever. So I've got a lot to learn. So, you know, there's no doubt in my mind that it'll only get better for me in regards to, you know, me doing journalism or crime investigating, just the things that involve crime. But this one hit the city hard. This one hurt for sure. This one hurt. But as it seems like as time goes on, the more you learn, the more it impacts you as well. It's just crazy, man. It makes no sense at all.
But talk about going from one unimaginable thing to another. In the Burger Chef cipher, you go from them claiming responsibility for literally taking down 270 people by a bomb with the Lockerbie Flight 103. Then in 1998, in the Scorpion cipher, they outlined close to 100 murders of women and children, but unfortunately mostly children. And just those two things right there, who's going to believe me? And to adequately even retrace my steps of all those thousands of hours of work, somebody would have to sit down with me for weeks to go through and see how all the numbers align with what's in the Scorpion cipher. But I don't know. Hopefully I've done my best here to try to make some sense of the Burger Chef with you. And I don't.
Well, see, this is what happens. We come on here and we do our best, and then the experts will start to message me and talk to me and give me ideas and tell me where I went wrong and what we can do to better fix it or help explain what you might have been trying to say. So this.
Hey, Wanda, thanks for the insight, by the way. Sorry for stopping the video. We got a little bit left here, and we'll conclude this video, and then I'll watch a quick little snip of the Nancy Grace, because we're definitely got to end it here soon. But she said, Wanda says that they had a memorial service in church for Nancy. I didn't know that. I think JLR was the one who, was at her church at one point in time. What I'm saying is I think he knows where her church is at. I really don't know where her church is at. And that's the thing. You would think somebody from the church would have came forward and said something, and maybe they just wanted to be private about it out of respect for the family, as they should, I guess. Because you don't want to make the family upset during a grievance moment in time, I guess. But it doesn't seem like the church really had much to say from, I haven't heard anything, at least. But what I was saying is, I think that in my family and most of our family, we usually have like that one crazy cousin or one crazy relative, one crazy close friend. We haven't really seen that in this case. I think I would have heard someone speak out and say something or something somewhere. Nothing at all.
This is this is the legwork, and then it all kind of gets sorted in the next couple days. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I mean, hopefully, if you don't think I'm totally nuts at this point, Patrick, I'd really like to do some follow-ups with you. I don't.
Sure.
I'm not.
Man, Earl James, you didn't have to do it. Much love. I appreciate the $35 super chat. He says, thanks for all your great work, man. Much love, man. Big salute to all of you guys tuning in tonight, man. I appreciate you guys a lot. We're at 426 likes, by the way. Don't forget to give the video a thumbs up if you're tuned in and you haven't already, man. We'll see if we can get this thing to 500 likes here. Wow. Much love, guys. Much love.
And once again, I have to, like I emailed you before we talked tonight, I have to seriously reframe this in my mind each time we talk, because even right now watching some of the chat is sort of triggering for me, because I'm a person that, like, my very survival from the time I was a kid has been all about disappearing. And I'm not saying that that's been completely my way of life. Like when I did the real estate business, I had literally, I had a TV commercial and sponsored a big event before and had some fun doing that. But that was back in the days when I was compartmentalizing. That was when I could still compartmentalize all the stuff that came out after that guy attacked me. And my life really, just from that one event, things really changed from that point on. It's like BCAD. It's like, for me personally, it's almost that dramatic, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm trying to get at is, I can't believe I'm doing this, and I can't believe that I actually, I was tempted, especially as I saw, unfortunately, I looked at the numbers of, I don't know if you call it hits or
Views, people watching.
yeah, the views, and it kept going up and up and up. And the last time I saw it was 24,000 or something. And I was like, part of me was saying, don't do this tonight. Like, don't even go on there. Like, they're gonna throw you in the nutty farm. They're gonna arrest you. They're gonna tag you. They're gonna blame you for this, and just mind your business and don't go back, you know? And, but I've done too much work on myself and too much work on these ciphers. And I feel like talking about it might be a way of reducing the chances of them coming after me. I don't know if that could work.
Wait a minute. And see, this is another iffy part of the video here. He says that him speaking out reduces the chances of them coming after him. So it's like maybe it is him. He doesn't want to do time for this, so he's just throwing it out there just in case they catch up with him. And for the record, it's on some type of record that he's already spoke to somebody. He's already tried to reach out and tell people that it's his brother. He's been to, I don't know. That just didn't make sense to me. That was kind of weird to me. Let me go back on that.
Talking about it might be a way of reducing the chances of them coming after me. I don't know if that.
When you're innocent, you're innocent. You're not gonna say nothing like that. Come on, man. There's this. See, that's just really iffy.
Talking about it too much. I've done too much work on myself and too much work on these ciphers, and I feel like talking about it might be a way of reducing the chances of them coming after me. I don't know if that could work. That could work two different ways. It could just make them all want to kill me even worse. But at the very least, my truth will be out there, and people will know that I did my best to bring Nancy home. You know.
And if they do hurt you, they're just validating what you're saying.
Yeah, thank you. But in the end, that's one of my fear, Patrick. Like, you've seen how we've talked about this before. You see how small that lake is, and if they really wanted to find her, they could have done this a month and a half ago when I sent the first letters out there. And there has been I forget, one of the officers that I talked to said, "How do you know that they haven't already gone out there and found her remains? They could just be, maybe they went out there, they found them, and they're just trying to build a case against my brother, you know?" That's always a possibility, but I highly doubt it. If the longer this goes on, it's just getting that feeling that they don't want her found. They don't want, at the bottom of it, I know this all sounds like a conspiracy theory. Hopefully at some point I can share more details with you. But my father really does hold a lot of secrets against people, like big organizations, including the FBI. And I think they know if Nancy is found, that this will be the beginning of their own unraveling, you know?
I mean, if they're not in on it, It seems like they got a long reach.
Well, yeah, I don't think they had anything to do. I don't think the FBI had anything to do with. I don't. I think this was solely something that my family of origin did. But I'm just talking about burying the truth, about not letting her body come home, and about not letting the answers ever come out. Like, I think there are people in powerful positions doing that right now as we speak, you know.
I doubt it.
You know, I wrote down a prayer that I really like before. It's really short, Patrick.
Yeah, if you want to finish on that, that'd be nice.
Well, I sort of wanted to begin with this, but maybe it's a good thing to end on. And once again, I don't want to sound codependent. I was surviving day to day before you and I met. And don't get me wrong, I'm really thankful for having this platform, for you sharing it with me. You know, I do want you to know that I'm open to meeting again if that's something that you think would be beneficial. I think it would be beneficial for me because there's so much.
By the way, for the person asking in the chat, Nancy Guthrie is not from Tucson, Arizona. She's not from Ohio. She's actually from Fort Wright, Kentucky, from what I believe.
So much that I haven't shared, but I don't know. You think it over and think what your assessment of me is, because all of this does sound far-fetched or delusional or whatever label you want to stamp on it. I understand how people have a hard time.
Yeah, Robin, this guy's 100% serious. He's dead serious. Unless he's joking around and he really wants to go to jail. But I think let's look this up. We'll see what this is when you claim to commit a crime or know someone who commits a crime, and you're. First of all, it's false information. That's illegal. Not only that, you go up a notch when you're doing something like that has to do with it being a federal crime. You know, this is federal. So the fact that he's doing this, you see what's going on with Kalela. Kalela was the one who, you know, who reached out to the family at one point in time, and he was claiming to be some type of imposter, acting as if, you know, he was pretty much like the messenger, so to speak, I would say. I don't know if I'm describing that right, but Kalela is looking at some federal time right now because he decided to interfere with this case by you know, writing a fake letter in regards to the ransom for the most part. And I think he used his personal email, which was really dumb from what I heard. But you just can't do stuff like this, and it just goes to show how serious this case is when you got guys like this guy right here, you know, doing stuff like he did. But he's already going to trial for doing that. So, I mean, they should have definitely picked this guy up. I don't know. That's how you know that the FBI is not taking this serious, obviously, because from what I've heard, Richard is still out there. I mean, either way, if he's not telling the truth or not, they should have came and picked this guy up already. I mean, there's no way in my mind that I think that you should be able to get away with something like this, truthful or not. So, I mean, maybe he is locked up behind bars, but, you know, what proved he was still out here was the fact that Sleuth Intuition said that he was still receiving emails from this guy just several days ago. So, I mean, obviously they're overlooking this. That's what tells me they're overlooking this and they're not taking this serious. But this guy is the guy, I believe that's the guy, who plays at the same place that Tommaso plays. You know, because he and Tommaso, they both have bands. Although their concerts were on different days that they had, that guy right there is there's a possibility he knows Tommaso, but that guy's looking at some federal time for sure, no doubt about it.
Sort of taking it as reality, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So, but I don't know. I'm not a super Christian by any means, Patrick, but I do relate to this little passage. So I'll just read it. I'm sure you've heard it before. So it's Ephesians 6:12. It says, "For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places." So,
Yep, I do like that one actually. All right. Well, I'm going to stay in contact with you, Richard. So if you want to try to coordinate something, or if you want to
So
work,
that was pretty much it. Richard, in the first, I think, I don't think it was this one. It might have been the part one part where he's got a little frustrated with Sleuth Intuition. I was trying to listen up for the part that he was mentioning the birthdays. Because he said someone had the same birthday, but I don't recall
work on
what part exactly of the video that is. So, yeah, we won't be able to hear that part because I'm not going to go through this 2-hour video just to find that part. But anyway, before I go to that, I wanted to play this pertaining to, I think, this DNA. We haven't really touched up on that tonight. Like I said, if you guys want to go check that out and listen to that, that's on Sleuth Intuition's channel. Shout out Sleuth Intuition for the work, and just giving this guy the time and day, because it was nice to get another point of view, or just an idea. Maybe even feeling like we may be even close to finding the perp. I don't know. It just felt that way, listening to that guy and the story that he had. There's just a lot of questionable things, I think, in that interview, which shouldn't be overlooked. So I think that calls for definitely some investigating for sure. Not that we want to distract investigators, from doing what they're doing right now. I also think, and I know this sounds crazy, guys, but I also think that Harvey from TMZ, I know it sounds crazy, but I think he should have been charged with something too. I know I might be being a little dramatic, but I don't think that was appropriate for him to put out those ransom notes. And it would be okay if it was a mistake the first time, but they just kept on coming. And at one point, I don't know if you guys remember, but he said that he was going to stop putting out the ransom notes or talking about them on his platform. But he continued. He continued on. Ideally, you would think that you would reach out to the FBI first before putting that out to the media. But they didn't. And I remember there was 2 news stations that got it, and I believe they might have pushed it out too. But Harvey just entertained it. And I feel like with him doing that, it made it more realistic in the world's eyes. But for me, I don't feel like the ransom is legitimate. We all know that, but it could very much so be real, but I just don't think it is. But I think that could have been illegal at some point. I think they should have told him, like, hey, you need to stop. It's not helping the case. But maybe the FBI was leading Harvey up to this. Maybe they were telling him, hey, no, just keep putting it out there. It's helping. For whatever reason, I don't see how that would make any logical sense for them to just be like, you know what? Yeah, just keep showing these ransoms to the world. It just doesn't sound logical to me. But I just don't think that was cool on his behalf to entertain these ransom notes, because it was too questionable whether or not they were legitimate or not. So, who knows? We don't even know if the ransom note was staged. Sometimes I question whether or not the perp was smart enough to put these ransom notes out there to make this, to prolong the investigation, to distract the law enforcement. It just seems like these guys were pretty smart, or they were really dumb, but it was a plan that was well thought. Because, you know, I think when we look at the one picture that they show with the perp without the backpack, I think also, you know, we've learned that they've been there more than one time. So that's also a significant reason why we know that this was staged, because they're focused on these certain dates. And I think that also, I think the day we seen him without the backpack, I think, don't quote me on it, but I think they were saying that was January 11th. So if it was, then that goes to show that, you know, these guys have obviously visited here more than once. Just looking at this picture just briefly here. We talked about it the other day on stream. I think it was the time before the last time that I went to Nancy's house, about there being lights in the background when you see the perp. And I think so. I think it's the sign, but I understand why people think that those are tail lights or possibly headlights. We went over this. DGL did a video. I think it points out stuff pretty good. I may just post a video on my behalf, whether or not this is tail lights in the back where you see the perp standing here with no backpack. Because this is the picture where we feel like we see lights in the background. It's not, I don't think it's the one where you see the suspect in real time. But I think I might post a video on that. So stay tuned if I do. But I believe it's a sign after DGL and I and Criminal Network talked about it. I don't think that's tail lights in the back of that picture there. But anyways, just real quick before I get off tonight, I wanted to play this clip here, or well, it's a long video, but we're not gonna play the whole video. It's currently 3 minutes till 6 a.m. right now, and I'm not even tired at all. So I'm probably not gonna even go to sleep. So I really have all the time in the world, but I got a couple things I got to do this morning. Anyway, that's irrelevant.
According to reports, the DNA at the Guthrie home, we believe from the bedroom, is hair. Tonight, the search for Nancy Guthrie at a chilling turning point as a cycle of frustration, new leads falling through, and exhaustion is taking its toll. That mixed with a constant drama within the Pima County Sheriff's Office now. Word that Nanos could be charged with perjury. Is that true? What a distraction in the search for Nancy Guthrie.
So I just want you guys to hear what CC Moore has to say, because I think this is very interesting, and also what Nancy Grace says. So just listen to this real quick.
Joining us, an all-star panel to make sense of what we are learning tonight. But right now, to one of the foremost genetic genealogists in our country. It's CC Moore. She is the chief genetic genealogist at Parabon Nano Labs. She has worked with our government, the feds, and private institutions for decades. CC, we have heard so much about what is happening with the DNA. We are now into day 82. I don't understand it. Even if SNP DNA tests were being done, single nucleotide polymorphism tests, That should have been returned by now. The only thing I can think of, Cece,
By the way, Thomas, the perp has been inverted by Monk and Tree. You can go check it out if you want to see that video. I'll play a quick clip as we're watching Nancy too.
is that when Nanos' crew went in, and this is no criticism of the crew itself, all criticism is aimed at him. When the crew first went in, they may have missed DNA. This is a small jurisdiction. This is not their expertise. Somehow, some way, a hair was obtained. Cece, what is happening?
Latest findings.
Well, it's possible that they collected dozens or even hundreds of pieces of evidence there, and it took time to go through it. I always wondered if they might have tried to use an MVAC on some of the surfaces or some of the items. That could have possibly been how they found that rootless hair. You know, when they use the MVAC, it gets caught on a filter, and then they test those filters for DNA. So I think that it must have been a more recent discovery, even though we have heard that they've had it since February. If they had it since February, I certainly would think they would have already sent that off to Estrella much earlier, because they're the ones who've had so much success extracting snips from rootless hair.
Cece Moore, Chief Genetic Genealogist at Parabon Nano Labs. You threw out a lot of phraseology right there that lay people, civilians, and lawyers that are not well versed in DNA are not going to understand. Speak to us, Cece Moore, as if you were speaking to a jury. Now, you mentioned an MVAC. M as in mother, VAC. And Cece, I'd like you to look at your screen. We are showing now the interior. Oh, thank you. There's an MVAC right there. That's for DNA collection. The interior of Nancy Guthrie's bedroom. And according to reports from inside the investigation, this hair was found in the bedroom. Let's see that video from today's YouTube. The video, Cece, shows Mrs. Guthrie in her bedroom, and there are so many surfaces. There is a rug, there are curtains, there is a bedspread, pillows, a lot of fabric, hardwood floors. Beside her bed, there is a nightstand with books and other things on it. So, in this setting, if the report is accurate that this hair was found in the bedroom, once and for all, Cece Moore, how would an MVAC be used to get that hair?
Well, it could have been on one of the surfaces, or it could have been on one of the items that they collected. I'm not saying that's necessarily how they found it, but it could explain why we're just hearing about it now, a couple months later. Or they've been working with it at DNA Labs International, the lab that Nanos sent the evidence to, and have been potentially unable to extract that SNP profile. That's something DNA Labs International told me they were working on way back in 2019. But I just haven't seen any successful cases coming out of that lab. That's not to say that there aren't any, but I have not known of any. Whereas Estrella Forensics has had one success after another with rootless hair, and they are the ones that originally developed this technique to extract SNPs from rootless hair after scientists have been saying for decades that it was not possible.
Okay, it is possible. SNP has been around a little while. Of course, nothing like other type of DNA analysis, but okay, I've got to break down what you just said, Cece, because a lot is riding on it. First of all, the MVAC. Can MVAC be used on hard surfaces and fabric surfaces?
I believe so. I'm not the one in there collecting the DNA. I work with it after that has all been done, but my understanding is that it can.
Well, you're right, Cece Moore. The MVAC forensic DNA collection system is extremely effective on both fabric and hardwood. It's for particularly recovering DNA from porous or even challenging surfaces. And what it is a wet vac. We all have a wet vac. for our basements. A wet vac technique. It sprays liquid very gently and then suctions it back into the MVAC. See that plastic tube? That's what that is. That is the recirculation of DNA that is taken from either a hard, such as a hardwood floor, or a tabletop or a countertop, a hard surface, or from fabric, such as what we were showing you in the Nancy Guthrie bedroom, the bedspread, the cushions, the carpet. So an MVAC squirts out very gentle spray of liquid, and then it sucks it back up through that plastic tube. It looks like you're actually using a wet vac. Now, this has by far outperformed traditional swabbing on materials like cloth, bedding, and wood. Why? Because it gets the entire surface. When you use an MVAC, you get the whole surface, like you're vacuuming your floor or your carpet, and you can see where you vacuumed. Same thing with an MVAC. When you swab, which is with, very often it's with a long Q-tip, and a substance is put on the Q-tip, and it is then used to collect DNA off the surface. So clearly, an MVAC will cover a greater area, hence why it is so much more successful than traditional swabbing techniques. So once you get the MVAC result or the swabbing result, you get one hair. CC Moore, you keep mentioning Austria Labs. What is that?
It is a lab out in Santa Cruz that was founded by the very brilliant Dr. Ed Green. And when I say that we were told it couldn't be done, that's because for decades we were told that you could only get useful DNA from hair that has a root. And so there are many cases out there that only have rootless hair, or that hair shaft. And Dr. Ed Green proved everyone wrong by developing a technique to extract SNP DNA, which is what we need for genetic genealogy, from those hairs. I personally have helped solve 6 cases using rootless hair alone, working with Estrella Forensics, and they have done dozens and dozens more cases since they developed this technique.
Rootless hair evidence.
Yeah,
now, CC.
I haven't heard anything as far as Tommaso being a friend. I haven't seen anything that proves Tommaso and Nanos are actually friends, or they do anything together, or have done anything together, from what I've heard. But yeah, CC Moore pretty much is saying that, well, she's explaining at one point in time that if the DNA has been retested, because Nancy asked, because the DNA has probably been tested more than once, could this make it more difficult for them to, make anything happen with this hair? Find any DNA or get any DNA from this hair? This is exactly why it should have been sent to Quantico in the first place. Because obviously, the quote is it's an advanced DNA. It's advanced. It's been sent out for advanced testing. So obviously, these guys have way better tools than whatever lab it was sent to from Nanos in Florida. And I said this before. I think that they told Nanos in the beginning what their limitations are, and I think they made sure he was aware that there could be a possibility that they're not able to get any DNA based on their lab limitations. That's just me, though. I would only assume that this lab knows their limitations as far as their scope of practice. I would only assume, but that's just me.
You are referring to rootless hair evidence. This is critical.
Correct.
Rootless hair evidence traditionally would require a mitochondrial DNA.
Shout out Florida Tiger, welcome.
In your hair, in the root of your hair, it's called nuclear DNA, like the nuclear family, a mother, a father, child, nuclear family. Nuclear DNA has DNA from the mother.
Hey, Michelle, thanks so much
and
for
the father,
subscribing to the
only
channel, by the way.
found in the root
Michelle
of your hair when it comes to
Mashburn.
hair. So
Welcome.
if that root is not attached to the hair, which is very often the case, we shed thousands of hairs a day from our arms, from our body, which reminds me, Cece, I got to talk to you about the difference if this is a head hair or an arm hair or a leg hair or an eyelash or an eyebrow, how that differentiates when you're doing this analysis. But without that nucleus in the root, it becomes a whole nother can of worms. You, C.C. Moore, have had great success in rootless hair evidence. Now, isn't it true that the lab used in the Long Island serial killer case against Rex Heuermann, who we know murdered 8 people, and I think many, many more. Oh, dear Lord, there he is. Just pled guilty, so we'll never know the full truth in that, like Brian Koberger. Rootless hair evidence was very, very important in that case. Isn't it true, C.C. Moore, that the wife of the Long Island serial killer's hair was found on some of the victims' bodies?
Yeah.
And I'm glad Nancy said that, because I just wanted to point that out. I think that's also another reason why I think this guy was smart. I think that's another reason why the body was removed, and she wasn't just killed and just left there like most people would do. But that also could be a point to the ransom being legitimate as well, to why she was taken. There's a lot of questionable things in this investigation that we just can't answer, but just saying.
So 9 hairs were found and analyzed by Estrella Forensics, and they were found on 6 to 7 of the victims, on belts, on tape, and in the burlap sacks as well. And those hairs were then traced back to Rex Heuermann, his wife, and his daughter. I think that's one of the reasons he probably decided to confess, because when they had a Fry hearing to determine whether that DNA evidence could be used in court, the judge ruled in favor of the prosecution. So that was a really important precedent that was set using rootless hair in a court of law.
So, Cece, the lab behind the Gilgo Beach killer conviction is now believed to be involved in the Nancy Guthrie kidnap case. Now, what do you make of that? You are referring to Astria Forensics. Is that the lab you're talking about?
It is, and I've been hypothesizing that the FBI would send that rootless hair onto Estrella because that is who they've had so much success with, including in the Gilgo Beach murder prosecution. But that's not the only one. There have been dozens of other cases where the FBI has sent rootless hair to Estrella and had success.
Question to you. If it is one hair, C.C. Moore, if it is one hair, then how can it be used over and over and over? For instance, if it went to DNA Labs International and they were obviously not successful with the SNP technique, now it's being sent, we believe, to Estrella. How much analysis can you get out of one hair?
Yeah, that's a real issue because the hair is destroyed when it is being analyzed in that manner. And so I don't know if this was a longer hair, which gave them more opportunity for testing, or whether DNA Labs International didn't even attempt to analyze that. We don't know, unfortunately. But I know that even at Estrella, sometimes it takes multiple attempts to extract that SNP profile from the hair. And by the way, SNP profiles are nuclear DNA. That is why we can use that for genetic genealogy. And so that's what makes it so valuable to make that identification. Now, of course, we don't know who that hair comes from and won't know until there is successful analysis and then genetic genealogy performed to identify that contributor of that hair.
Well, here's the good news, C.C. Moore. If it belonged to Nancy Guthrie or anybody in her family or a relative of hers or anyone that worked there that has been used for comparison, they wouldn't still be analyzing it. And we know from the beginning, because Nanos blurted out that there is there is stranger DNA found in her home. So that is the good news. It's not Nancy Guthrie. It's not her family or the people that work with her.
I think the FBI probably was in the process of analyzing it to see if it was consistent with Nancy's hair or any of the known visitors from the home. And if not, that's when it would then be sent on to Estrella. So if we have confirmation that it has gone to Estrella or is on its way there, then that certainly does suggest that it does not appear to be from anyone who was known to be in that home.
So we were talking about how far one hair can take us. At what point do you use up the one hair? And when we're talking about, and I'm saying just one hair, but we have to remember in the Brian Kohberger quadruple homicide case, that case rose and fell on a DNA analysis of one sample of DNA on the snap of a knife sheath that was invisible to the naked eye. So if that was invisible to the naked eye, and we can see the hair, ergo, there would be more DNA and something we can actually see with the naked eye. So it's hard for us lay people, us civilians, CC Moore, to understand how one hair can go so far. Like they can test it at DNA Labs International, and after testing and testing and testing, they go, oh, no good. We're sending it to Austria. So, and when I'm saying Austria, it's A-S-T-R-E-A, Austria. When will that hair give out? When will we run out of a specimen? Can it be resequenced and regenerated?
No, and I don't believe there could have already been a lot of testing on that hair unless it's a very long hair. And so that leads me to believe that either DNA Labs International did not attempt it, or there was, more hair than we know.
If they wouldn't have attempted it, why did they sit on the hair so long? If that's the case, that's sad.
Available to test because it is destroyed, and you can't just keep retesting it over and over and over again. So I'm just thankful there is some left that is able to be sent to Estrella apparently, since they are the ones that are really the experts in that process.
There's no way that's the hair, guys. There's no way that's the perp. And I keep asking everybody, what happens next, guys? What exactly happens next once we figure out whose DNA this is? Obviously, I guess, they make an arrest. Okay. But okay, so we put them there by the hair. So how do we prove at that point that this person that we find within the DNA, how are we going to prove that he was there that night? Even with the hair. Maybe I'm overthinking this, but I think there's more work to do than just DNA. But obviously that would, get us started. I'm assuming, that'll get us somewhere. I don't know, guys. I'm not feeling the DNA. I don't think the DNA is going to lead us up to finding the perp. I keep saying this. I've said it before. I'm gonna say it again. I don't think it's going to get us the suspect. I don't even think this DNA was the perp. It could also be a dog. Who knows? Her dog that she had. It's only been a month from the time that she was abducted and lost her dog. So her dog hairs could be still around. We all know that dogs shed a lot. Most of them do. So there's a high risk that this DNA hair isn't even human life. It could be very much so an animal. And that's just me thinking negative, I guess. We all want to stay positive. We all want to just bring Nancy home. That's the goal. And most importantly, I think that the focus right now is the perp, the person who did this. Well, not most importantly, because the most important part is getting Nancy. But I think the only thing that's going to lead us up to Nancy, I keep saying it, is finding the perp. And when we find this guy, we have to hope that this person is willing to tell the truth, meaning telling us where she is. We don't even know if he's going to do that. But I'm hoping so. I'm hoping for the best. I'm trying to stay positive. It's been 85 days since Nancy's been missing, so we're at that point where we're all convinced. We've been at that point where we're all convinced that Nancy's no longer with us. But all we could do is keep fighting and doing what we're all doing, trying to keep just pushing that public awareness. And we, you know, obviously we want to bring Nancy home, but it seems like even the FBI has run out of ideas. I don't know if they're still working on the 40,000 plus tips that they got. I don't even know if they're, you know, if they've even started them, for all we know. But it just seems like a lot of them they're obviously not taking serious, because we got guys like Richard Nolette coming on here and saying that he knows who the perp is, he knows who did this, and yet it seems like it's overlooked. I've also heard a lot of people say they've gone to the FBI and they've told their story and they didn't believe them at all. They weren't even taking them serious. I've heard these guys have been rude over the phone when people have reached out to leave tips. I've heard all kind of things, but I've also heard that people have had it's been easy for people. You know, they've had not so much of a hard time as most. But who knows? Who knows? Army says that if the FBI found a match to an Iranian agent but refused the name, then due to the national security, the sheriff would be stuck with a cold case he couldn't solve. I think originally, I mean, first of all, he handled this thing bad in the first place anyways. He didn't do anything right. As far as I'm concerned, if we were to determine where the case is now, from where we stand today, this case is cold. We haven't moved forward. It's been 85 days and we haven't moved forward at all. Not even a little bit. We watched the video over and over again, and it seems like in the beginning we've learned more and more as we went on. We're still kind of learning things now. But yeah, as far as the mat saying, yeah, the mat is still there. They didn't even take the mat. I mean, it's like they're not even taking this serious. It's like, even if it's been contaminated, you still need to try everything possible. You never know what you're gonna find, and you know, it just wouldn't hurt. It just wouldn't hurt, and I just don't get it. I know at one point we saw them come, we put a white tent. I don't know if the white tent was trying to make things darker so they could just maybe see if they see anything on the mat. Maybe they brought the lab to the crime scene. That's what I'm assuming. They brought all the tools they needed to determine whether or not the mat left, you know, anything was left behind on the mat. But everybody is very bothered and agitated about the mat because they never took the mat. They never took the mat. Sky says Nancy's family failed her. Oh, man. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. But there have been questionable things amongst the family for sure. For sure. Guys, I want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight. I want to thank everybody for chatting with me in the chat here. Shouts to everybody coming through and supporting the stream. Becoming a member, those that have continued to be members. I know I'm fresh, so it hasn't even been a month since I've had memberships, but still, you know, I think the membership could also still be removed even if you know, don't continue your membership throughout the month. But more to come in the channel. I'm new to crime. I've got a lot to learn. Good morning to those just tuning in. I'm going to say good night for myself because I'm going to get ready to try to get a little rest before I get up. And try to go out and do what I got to do today. I'll see y'all at Nancy's later on. I'm going to try to make it there. I believe I will. I don't think there's anything that's going to stop me. So I definitely will go by Nancy's and try to spend a little bit of time there. Hope everybody has a good Sunday morning. If you're going to church, enjoy church. Just enjoy your day. I hope y'all all have a good day. Thanks so much for tuning in. Much love, guys. That's my time. I'm going to get off because I've been yapping away at y'all ears for the past 4 hours. Have a good night, guys. I'm going to end it on that note. It's been a good night. Yeah, we'll see y'all tomorrow, guys. Much love.
Bye.